Check, check, check. If I may. Thank you. Hello, hello.
Running order. Yeah.
Thank you. I certainly can. Asia Road Racing Championship Round 4 FM. Asia Road Racing Championship Sepang International Circuit TVS Asia 1 make first result. Watcher in Tuktimon. Vorapong Malawan, who gave me a big smile earlier on today and a handshake. He's a nice lad. Agung Septiam Deki Aldi in P4. Arsiad Rusty, who'll be on pole. Okay, thank you. Pleasure. They are great. I do enjoy those pit walks. Good. Was that Nakamura? Okay. Tiny, isn't she? It's going to be good, Daniel. She's flipping hot. Let's Dundee. A very good afternoon to you from Sepang, just to the south of Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. We're at the Sepang International Circuit for day 2 of round 4 of the Asian Road Racing Championships, brought to you with Idemit. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill in the commentary box. A decent crowd on hand to witness some racing today. And Barry, if it's half as good as yesterday, it'll be fabulous. We had one race that was decided by 1,000th of a second.
And another race that where 0.3 of a second covered the first 10. So that's what we're looking at. Come rain or shine, it will be great. Here's the circuit.
Yes, the Sepang International Circuit, it offers challenges for bikes with low CCs and the high CCs, and we go right the way from the underbone 150s right the way up to the superbikes. 5 races coming your way today. The first of which will be the TVS One Make Series. It's a new addition to the Asian Road Racing Championship this season, and the man who won yesterday was Watcherin Tuptimon, the Thai, picking up his first victory of the season, and it moves him into 3rd place in the overall championship standings. For Watcherin and the man who's in charge of all of what goes on in the TVS One Make, Vorapang Malawan, it was a really good battle between the two of them.
It was a terrific battle, and Watcherin timed his run to the line beautifully. I mean, the margin of victory was 25 hundredths of a second. So
Arsyad Rusty from Singapore will be the man on pole position. He managed to get himself on P5 yesterday. Agung Septian, the Indonesian, will be 2nd. Now, in the TVS One Make, it is, as would suggest, One Make series. All the bikes are set up pretty much the same, which can cause problems because some riders like a different setup. And I was talking to the family of Freddie Jacobs, who's down in P6, and he says the setup doesn't really suit him at the moment, and they're trying to tweak 1 or 2 things.
Yeah, I've heard that from other riders too, but the fact is they draw the bikes for each round. They do not keep the same bike for the season. At the end of the race, they'll rip the numbers off.
It's all part of the learning curve.
Throw them into the hat and shake them up again for next time.
Certainly is right. The first of 5 races is soon to get underway. There'll be a formation lap in the TVS One Make. Just to give you an idea, in the overall championship series, Vorapang Malawan, who is on P4 of this particular race. He is the overall championship leader. 106 points for him, 2 wins, 2 second places and a 3rd in the 5 races to date. Deki Tiano Aldi, bike number 16, is in P2 on 69 points. Yesterday's winner, Watcherin, is 3rd place in the championship standings on 66. So it's Vorapang's to lose. Let's have a look at the grid. Singapore's Arsyad Rusty, he is on pole position for the first time this season, alongside Agung Septian and Deki Tiano, who's in 2nd place in the championship standings.
And row 2 is led by Vorapang Malawan, we were just talking about, and Freddie Jacobs alongside him. And on the outside, Hayato, I beg his pardon, Kobayashi.
Kobayashi had a difficult time yesterday. The 3rd row of the grid is Natapon from Thailand, along Mu Nakahara, the diminutive Japanese, and KY Ahmad, the best of the Indian racers.
And on row 4 we have Watcherin Tuptimon, yesterday's race winner. Next to him, Fugo Tanaka and Jagan Kumar, the Indian veteran, on P12.
And the 14 riders are finished by Varis Fleming, who's thankfully recovered from a nasty injury, got himself a decent position yesterday, Varis. Actually, no, it was a no finish for him, wasn't it? But he's back on the bike, which we're glad to see. And Deepak Ravikumar completes the 14 races.
I think that's the key for Varis in his recovery. He hasn't really ridden much for 3 or 4 months now since that eye-watering crash he had last time out at Sepang. So he needs more time on the bike. Had a crash on Friday.
What we had yesterday in conditions, they were good conditions for the TVS One Make, and we had at various times 6, and it turned into 5 races up at the top. But in the end, Watcherin was able to time his recovery from a poorish start to take the victory very, very close to the end from Vorapang. And I was speaking to Vorapang earlier and saying, Vorapang, you were smiling in P2. And he said, yeah, I can't really lose, can I? Because if I don't win, somebody I'm training is winning, and I've got to be happy for him. So it's an interesting conundrum for Vorapang.
Yeah, that is his attitude. He does a lot of rider training, young rider training back home in the north of Thailand too. So this is how his career is arcing out, the later stages of his career. This series for me, Des, is maturing nicely. We've got different riders coming through to the front. It's getting closer, as you said. Yesterday we had a really good race. So we're looking forward to another one today.
They're using the full Sepang circuit, looking up anxiously at the clouds, but the clouds seem to be nice and white and fluffy today, and it was nice and humid for the pit walk, which is one of the Sunday traditions of this particular event, a really nice tradition as well. It gives you a chance to see the riders without the visors, without the helmets, without the leathers on, and then you look at them, you realise, gosh, some of these are very ambitious young kids.
Yeah, you do. And the riders really enjoy the pit walks as well. I did say during the warm-up commentary that ARRC pit walks are the best, and this was a fabulous one today. So Arshad Rushdie coming to pole position, held up by the man with the red flag.
So it'll be Arshad Rushdie from Singapore in P1. Keep an eye on him. He didn't get off to the best of starts yesterday. Agung Septian and Deki Tiano will be next to him. Look at the red lights when they go up. We are up and running. Arshad Rushdie has got off to a healthy start this time. TVS one make race number 2 of the round.
I think there was a problem there for
right at the back there.
Yeah, I think that might have been Watcher In.
Yeah, Watcher In. I think you've got it dead right. But he is up and running. Arshad Rushdie is the man who's taken corner 1 and corner 2 quite neatly. He's got away. Watcher In, yes, is right at the very back, but happily. It was just a slow start, not a start that he couldn't get off the grid from.
Yeah, gave a scary moment to the rider coming through behind him.
So, 2 leads, Agung Septian, Arshad Rushdie just behind him. Tucked in, right behind them, Deki Tiano, bike number 16. And Vorapong has made for him a very tentative start. And he's down there in P6, just ahead of bike number 17. Who is Fugo Tanaka, who didn't really feature in yesterday's race.
That's right, and this is a better start for Arshad Rushdie, so perhaps if he can just get used to running at the front, he can convert his fast qualifying time, and he was fast in warm-up today too. Perhaps he can convert this into a good race.
We had a little bit of rain this morning, so changeable conditions. It's been very variable, very confusing for some of the racers. I've got to say, difficult for them on occasion. Sometimes it's wet weather, sometimes it's dry weather, but at the moment it's Agung Septian who is leading the way. He's taken Arshad Rushdie with him. We're looking a little bit further down, and Deki Tiano's in that group. As Watcher In, has he recovered? The answer is yes, but he's still towards the back of the group. Is that him in the middle of that group? Has he recovered significantly?
Let's just take a look.
No, that's 16. I was 16 and 14 from a distance with the old eyes. I need to put the glasses on now to monitor the screens these days, Barry. So Watcher In, yesterday's race leader, is still at the tail.
Yeah, unfortunate start for yesterday's race winner. Agung Septian holding his lead as they come through to the final stage of the lap. But as I say it, Arshad Rushdie has moved ahead as they go into the final turn. Let's see how he navigates that.
Good to see the Singaporean leading the way. He's been a committed participant in the Asia Road Racing Championships over a number of years, and now he has the lead at the end of lap 1 of 6. Completely different line taken by Agung Septian, and he's taken his young Indonesian colleague Deki Tiano, and Deki Tiano actually takes the inside and takes the lead going down the hill on turn number 1 of lap 2 at Sepang.
Yeah, while several of these riders, including Arshad, have been coming through, Deki Tiano Aldi has been taking the fight to Vorapong, who's currently down in 6th, but he's looked the most consistently quick, Deki Tiano, lying 2nd in the standings.
Watcher In has got himself back into that group, bike number 14, after a poor start. Might have actually been Kobayashi who had the really poor start. But Watcher In, yesterday's winner, bike number 14, in P7 at the moment. Well, look at the battle for P2, which is Arshad Rushdie currently in P3. Deki Tiano leading the way. And the Indonesians, Agung Septian and Deki Tiano, who both had decent seasons so far. You You look at Deki, he's had 2 second places and 2 fourth places. Ageng Septian had his first podium position yesterday, so the Indonesians are getting used to the TVS and they're beginning to make a mark on the championship.
Yeah, they're all getting comfortable with the bike, and just seeing there that's Freddie Jacobs, number 9, coming up 2. He was, I think, 8th or 9th yesterday.
Picked up 7 points for P9, yes, so Freddie Jacobs will be looking to improve on that. That's a young kid who's given the chance of racing in the Australian Superbike Series, where he was doing pretty well in the 300cc category, 2nd in the championship, but clashes of the timetable, and there is the problem. Kobayashi, who had the difficult start, I feel, and Kobayashi, that's a weary walk away, and it's a long, long way back to the pits from there.
Yeah, the gravel feels tiring when that happens to you, that's for sure. So he's out. Arshad Rushdie led last time around, but it's Deki Tiano Aldi who's leading the way this time as they come up to turn 15.
And Vorapang has got into the top 3 for the very first time, just edging ahead of Ageng Septian. All identical bikes, all identical setups. The TVS One Make, great to have them in the series. Obviously we associated with Indian racers today. Jagan Kumar is down in P10. KY Ahmad is in that leading group. The number 8 bike is currently, as you can see, just at the back of that little group, and so KY Ahmad is holding on quite nicely alongside Fugo Tanaka to this leading group of 4.
Yeah, KY established himself as the best of the 3 Indian riders here, particularly yesterday.
Interesting, we've not had the breakaway as we did yesterday, where we had 5 or 6 who were clearly ahead of the rest. Lap times, let's just look. Vorapang just had a 2:28.6. Everybody else in the 2:29s. Freddie Jacobs at 2:30.2. So everyone's around about that same time, apart from Kobayashi.
Gung Septian doing some strange lines. Perhaps he was looking for a slingshot out of the corner, but he's dropped himself back.
Vorapang has dragged Arshad Rushdie through. Well, Vorapang decided just to take his time, and now leads the way and has got himself a healthy lead. That's visually it looks like about 3/4 of a second for Vorapang Malawan.
2 wins this season. I almost said just 2 wins.
Yes.
Out of this is race number
6.
8. 6. Oh yeah, 6 for these. Beg your pardon. First round for these bikes was in round 2 for the ARRC here at Sepang.
2 wins, 2 seconds and a third. It's not bad, a podium on every single occasion. And there he is leading the way here.
He has high expectations of himself, and we saw a terrific battle in Suga between him and Hiroki Ono, the Japanese GP star.
He has a 37-point lead in the overall championship, so if both Deki and Wacharin fail badly, there is the possibility of the title here. We need to keep a little eye on that. If Deki number 16 and Wacharin number 14 do fall away. But at the moment it's Vorapang leading from Deki. Fugo Tanaka, the young Japanese who's got in. Now, Tanaka got 2 P3s in Sugo, his first races of the season. So we know that Tanaka is a more than capable racer. Bike number 17, and he's got Arshad Rushdie in the orange helmet just behind him. As we approach the midway point, it will be Deki Tiano who leads the way from Vorapang Malawan. 0.092 of a second. Tanaka, Arshad and KY Ahmad there, all within 1 second of the leader.
Yeah, this is good work from KY Ahmed, who finished 6th yesterday, just off that leading group.
In a strictly neutral way, I think we're both rooting for an Indian racer to come through and be a challenger. A little bit like Arshad Rushdie, you want more people coming up to the top of the standings. You want people to challenge Vorapang. You want people to be competing for the podium places.
Yeah, and putting the sport on the map in other countries other than the established Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines. It's good to see Indian riders getting amongst it, and especially good to see a Singaporean rider getting amongst it.
Absolutely. So no pressure, KY Ahmed. India relies upon you. So, and there are the TVS crew. they've got to do all the setups of all the 14 races. We've lost Kobayashi, obviously, so a problem there. But coming through now then, this is Tanaka into the lead for the very first time. We've not really had a chance to speak about Tanaka, but 2 P3s, as we said, in Sugo. That was home soil. We kind of expected the Japanese to do well. This is on foreign territory, and he's got himself a reasonable lead ahead of Vorapong Malawan as they come up the hill into turn 9 at the tail end of lap 4.
Yeah, Tanaka fancies this, doesn't he? Yeah, a little stretching out, a little bit of daylight there. There's Arshad Rusty, number 3, going through.
Yeah, Arshad has been able to hold in there. As you say, he was fast throughout practice. They've been here since Thursday on the bikes, and he was fast in qualification. We hadn't really spoken, though, about Tanaka. Tanaka only got himself a P7 yesterday, but he's looking pretty confident here today. Things can, of course, change very, very rapidly. But as they come down the penultimate straight, it will be Tanaka. Is there a slipstream to hold on to? Well, Vorapong is following Tanaka. Deki is following him, and Arshad Rusty has just been edged out of P4 by Agung Septian.
Watcherin just behind him, so...
Watcherin did this yesterday, didn't he? Came late.
Yeah. You can see real quality in this field now. It's really nice to see how this championship's developing. I think that's the first time Tanaka has led across the line to complete a lap.
2/3 of the way through the race, it is Tanaka who leads ahead of Deki, and Deki then just takes the inside line. Coming through also is Agung Septian, and there is Watcherin, yesterday's race winner. KY Ahmad on the tail of Watcherin, but he's looking pretty smooth on the bike. It's Watcherin looking very comfortable. It's Deki, Tiano Aldi, teenager from Indonesia, takes the lead. Good procession. Is KY Ahmad being dropped just a little bit? He is. He was 1.5 seconds off Tanaka when he went over the line, so Ahmad isn't quite able to stick with the pace, but is still holding on there in P7 ahead of Freddie Jacobs and Varys Fleming.
Yeah, better form from Varys, who, well, he's been off the bike, as we said, for a few months, and coming back he had a fast crash yesterday or Friday, I've lost track now, but he had a fast crash at turn 3, scraped himself up a bit, but thankfully didn't do any further damage to that leg.
An anxious look over the shoulder. Never sure whether that's a good sign or a bad sign. Deki Tiano Aldi then looks back, sees Tanaka is right on his back wheel. 2 different lines. Deki goes very wide going up the hill, and Tanaka's able to switch back and take back first place. Tanaka looking the business, as is Agung Septian. So, as we said, we wanted new riders to come to the fore. We're getting exactly that with Watcherin winning yesterday. And Vorapong, of course, Vorapong's in the mix, but he's not having things his own way in P4 at the moment.
No, definitely not. This is he's not doing anybody any favours there. He will want to bag another race win.
Into the second half of the penultimate lap as they come down the straight. Look at the different lines being taken. Out wide was Deki, in the front is Tanaka. Tanaka comes over just to try to glide into a tight hairpin. Arshad Rusty also takes the tight line coming in. This is really close today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 riders have got a reasonable chance of the victory, but once again it'll be Tanaka who leads going over the line into the final lap. It is Tanaka, 0.3 clear of Deki Tiano, Agung Septian in P3, Watcherin in 4, Vorapong 5, Arshad Rusty and KY Ahmad, and Freddie Jacobs not too far away either, down in P8.
And in the middle of that sentence says Watcherin moved himself into P2.
And then Kotori taken away.
Yeah.
Arshad Rusty tries to go on the inside. Lots of manoeuvring, but Arshad lost a little bit of momentum and comes down the hill, got into P3, dropped back down to P6. But still Tanaka leading the way. He has tried to lead from the midway point. What has Vorapong got in response? Well, Watcherin's come to the front, and as you say, he's making a move late on, as he did on day 1 Saturday yesterday.
Yeah, we saw him do this in the Asia Talent Cup. Watcherin knows how to use slipstream, he knows how to ride these lighter bikes.
It is all going to come down to the final two straights and what line you can take into the hairpin and what drive you can get out of the hairpin. We've seen that being such a significant aspect of several of the races at the Asia Road Racing Championship this weekend. But it is Tanaka looking for his first victory of the season. He's got 2 podiums. Right in his slipstream though is Deki Tiano Aldi, and Deki going up the hill just slides a little bit wide. That allows Watcherin to go through, and Tanaka loses 1, 2, 3, 4 places.
Just with one twitch.
It's a brand new leader. Deki Tiano Aldi leading the way. The TVS guys can enjoy it because they can't lose. Deki Tiano Aldi has the lead from Watcherin in P2. Beautifully set up. Voraping and Arshad Rusty not too far away. Agang Septian in P3, and Vorapang will try to get the slipstream. Okay, down to the penultimate straight for the final time. What has Deki Tiano Aldi got? He's staying as close to the grandstand as he possibly can. Who's going to blink first? Agang Septian, well, Tanaka comes out wide. Vorapang comes out wide. Who's got the tight line? P14 is Watcherin. Oh, Watcherin's been forced too far out. Can he switch back? 4 abreast coming in. It's going to be Deki Tiano Aldi. Can Deki hold on for Vorapang? Deki Tiano Aldo takes the victory ahead of Vorapang by 0.048 of a second. Fabulous victory by the young Indonesian.
Brilliantly done, and that was a nice late move by Vorapong too, coming through there. But you can see how delighted Deki Tiano Aldi is. He has established himself as one of the class leaders here. And Fugo Tanaka, great to see him doing it in Sepang as well as at his home track.
A P4 for Watcherin, yesterday's race winner. A P5 for Agang Septian. And poor old Arshad Rusty has to be settling for a good weekend for him, a 21-point haul, but a P5 and a P6 for him, having been on pole. So very good for Arshad Rusty, but beautifully done by Deki Tiano. But Watcherin, he had pole position coming into the final bend, Barry, and he went wide. Was it a mistake from Watcherin, or was it a gamble?
Well, as he went as he went wide, Vorapong ducked inside him, and I thought Vorapong was going to find the drive out, but he couldn't match Deki Tiano Aldi. By the way, Arshad Rusty just 0.68 of a second behind the winner. This is turning into a really competitive class as we just watch once again.
Deki Tiano just able to hold on as Vorapong comes out of the slipstream. There, 1 through 6 separates, as you say, by 0.682 of a second. KY Ahmad, a good result for him. Good weekend for the Indian. 19-point weekend for him, at 9 points today. Let's just confirm the end result. Deki Tiano Aldi from Indonesia, all on the identical TVS Apache RR310s ahead of Vorapong. Tanaka in P3, his 3rd podium finish in 4 races. Watcherin in 4, Agang Septian and Arshad Rusty, good weekends for them separately. KY Ahmad doing well, and a good return after injury, a P8 for Varis Fleming. Down 3.9 seconds down in P8. Jagan Kumar in P9, just ahead of Mio Nakahara. Deepak Ravikumar picking up P11 ahead of Natapon. Freddie Jacobs fell away towards quite badly towards the latter stages in P13. Hayato Kobayashi, he didn't finish, so will not pick up any points, didn't finish the race.
So another 20 points for Vorapong and 25 for Deki Tiano. So it's getting interesting at the top.
So he can't win. So Deki will move on to 94 points. Vorapong has 126. So the difference is 32 points going into the final 2 races of the season. It's really competitive though. That's, I think, the thing that we're most pleased about. The fact that we were worried at one stage of the season that Vorapang would be too good for the rest of the pack, but he's got 5 or 6 or 7 races for company, and KY Ahmad getting another P7 finish, not a million miles away, just 2 seconds off the pace at the end of a hard-fought 6-lap race.
Yeah, that's good for him. It'd be good to see KY Ahmad make some more progress, and as we said, Arshad Rushdie had a good result. Agung Septian would probably be a little bit disappointed with with P5. Although again, he was just 0.4 off the top. It's Freddie Jacobs just shaking hands with the marshals there. Marshals enjoyed the pit walk earlier too. There's a whole load of them down there taking selfies and meeting the riders.
Jagan Kumar, a 13-point weekend for Jagan. His second best result of the season, P9 for Jagan. 4 seconds off the pace. Mio Nakahara again competes, didn't finish yesterday, but Mio Nakahara P10 for her. But there's our race winner, and it's his first win of the season. It's his third podium, and it comes after back-to-back 4th places.
Yeah, good scoring from him, and you always felt he was threatening. He never looked, he always looked as though he was hunting for the win, no matter the reputation of Vorapong. That didn't worry him at all. Shaping up nicely as he comes back into pit lane. That was a leisurely slowing down lap, but well deserved. He enjoyed it. Heads into Park Fermé to be greeted by the TVS technicians. They're really happy. Photographers rush in before the all gets closed off.
Well, first win of the season, and it's great for him. Tanaka, as you can see, he looks pretty pleased with life. 3 podiums. I mean, it's too late for him to win the championship. Mathematically, he can't, but he could still try to get himself up into a top 3 on 57 points. He's 22 points adrift of Watchering. And there is Vorapong. Oh, smiles once again. 2 second places for Vorapong. Keeps telling me he's going to retire, possibly go into rider management, but I keep urging him. He's still looking fit and strong. TVS Asia One Make Championship highlights from race 2 at Sepang. Arshad Rusty, the pole sitter, bike number 3, getting off to a solid start, but would be led into the first corner by Agung Septian, the Indonesian, in what would turn out to be a really competitive race, Barry Russell.
Yep, we saw a breakaway group of 5 yesterday, but there was a long train of bikes in this one. Many riders taking the lead.
Arshad Rusty was one of them, and he led over the line at the end of lap number 1. But the first casualty was Kobayashi, who had a difficult start as well, and he trudged away. And if there's a picture of despondency, that was it. Then we saw Dekitiano Aldi, bike 16, make his first real contribution. And he, as we saw yesterday, he's not afraid to lead from the front. Vorapong Malawan, the championship leader and potential championship winner, going along with him. And as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bikes, including India's KY Ahmad, involved in a little pack as we went into the penultimate lap. But it would be Tanaka from Japan who led into the final lap, and Tanaka looking for a first win of the season.
Yeah, he looked confident as they came into that last lap. I'm not sure if at any point here Vorapong had led this race, but interesting as they came round the corner onto the back straight.
Watcher in bike 14 going a little bit wide, and that meant that Deki was able just to hold on tight, get a good drive out. You always wonder where the best drive out is, and he's able to hold off Vorapong, head down, hunkers down over the handlebars, just focuses on the line, sprints away, and the victory goes to Dekitiano Aldi, first win of the season. And we'll be on to the podium soon. And it is a very happy Tanaka. A flag waving P2 for Vorapong, of course.
Yeah, he literally does fly the flag for this championship.
And Dekitiano Aldi, the Indonesian, for the very first time, will be listening to the Indonesia Raya national anthem. nothing better, I feel, than standing at top of a podium, listening to your national anthem on foreign soil. For an Indonesian in Malaysia, particularly sweet.
Yes, indeed. And this win's been coming, and it's really good to see him achieve it.
So the prizes, this is Tawachai Nusin, the racing technician for Olins Asia, handing out the prize to Tanaka. Second place prize will be handed out by Antonio Lowe, the Vice President of A-Racer. That's to Vorapong Malawin. He's a great character, that fella. And Kentaro Kobayashi, a familiar face from Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited Motorcycle Tyre Department. Kentaro handing out the prize, Kobayashi-san, our thanks to him. And Deki Tiano Aldi, third podium of the season. First win of the season, 2/4. Deki Tiano ahead of Vorapong, who's now got 6 podiums to his credit. And Fugo Tanaka, 3 podiums, 3 third places out of 4. So a very successful day at the office for Vorapong and Deki and Tanaka.
Deki's jubilation was, of course, understandable, but real happy rider there is Tanaka. Perhaps the biggest smile from him. Mind you, Vorapong competitive.
Overall championship standings, Vorapong Malawan, 126 points. That makes him 32 points clear of Deki Tiano Aldi. Victory in either of the races will guarantee him victory in Buriram. Wachiran on 79, Agung Septian 65, Tanaka moves up to 57, KY Ahmad, that's healthy, 49 points for him. Freddie Jacobs on 46, leapfrogging Hiroki Ono, who had good time in Sugo, Japan. They're the top 8 in the standings. And let's head down for the first time to Daniel to get some post-race reaction on the TBS One Make Series.
So now we're at the podium with none other than Deki Tiano. So Deki, what a race that was from you. You've been consistent all throughout the weekend, but my word, what a battle that was with Vorapong at the end. What do you have to say about that race?
Saya cuma cukup fokus di lap awal sama lap terakhir. Ya, saya lihat juga posisi saya di belakang, gapnya berapa jauh. Jadi kunci saya di putaran 2 terakhir. Terima kasih buat Om Ergus, Pak Edi, dan Bos Trisakti sudah mensupport saya. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Deki, and congratulations once again.
Thanks very much, Daniel. We'll hear more from him throughout the afternoon, and there's 4 more races to come from Sepang. The weather looks absolutely perfect, just a little bit humid. So we've seen the TVS One Make coming up after the break. The fun, the drama, the chaos of the Underbone 150cc. This is the Asian Road Racing Championship. We're at the Sepang International Circuit. We're off your screens for 2 minutes. Do join us after that. Very warm welcome back to the Sepang International Circuit venue for round 4 of the Asian Road Racing Championships. It's the second day of activities. We've just seen the TVS One Make Series. Coming up next, the chaos, the fun, the fabulous, frantic activity of the underbones. As you can see, it's cloudy, hardly any wind, 66% humidity. There's always a threat of rain, but it does look like it's going to hold off today. Right, let's have a look at the underbones yesterday. You want a close race? This is a close race. Highlights from race 1 of the underbone, and it starts off comfortably enough, but the men in way down in the pole position is Zaidi and Wayu Aji Trilaksana, 1 and 2 in the championship standings. They're 18 and 20 on the grid. So Barry Russell, we assume they'd have to work really hard to get up to the front.
Yep, they worked really hard for half a lap, and then they were in the leading group.
That's the chaos of underbone. They do struggle for pace, particularly on these long straights. But Ahmed Fazli Sham, the veteran, he was leading the race for 3 of the 6 laps. But there you can see just what chaos it is there. How can you find space, particularly as you're coming into these sharp right and then left-handers? You've just got to have eyes literally in the back of your head.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest packs fighting for the win that we've seen.
Ahmed Afif Amram, he crashed out, so his championship hopes took a real knock there. He would get up to finish. Sorry, he wouldn't get up. He would get up, but he wouldn't finish. My apologies for that. But by then, we're just getting this scrum of racers coming in, and we know it's going to come, even at this stage, Barry, down to the final lap. Again, there's attrition.
Yeah, that was Owezu, I think, crashing out there.
And then this crazy finish. Izzat Zaidi started in P20. Coming into this corner, gets a good drive out, but he's in P3. He's in the red helmet, and he makes a move here. Wayu Trilaksana thinks he's got the victory. Izzat bursts out and then just elbows his way through to the front. Incredibly, Gupita Krishna was in P13 as Owezo tumbles. Thankfully, Owezo's all right. Gupita Krishna in P13 was less than half a second behind the race winner.
That was absolutely crazy.
Absolutely crazy. Absolutely agree with you. If we get excitement like that again, which we're virtually guaranteed. But in this particular circuit, Barry, these 2 long straights, after turn 14, down into turn 15, then the sprint to the line, it is so important to be in the right position going into that final hairpin.
Yeah, and that's where the positions get sucked. Nobody can get away at this circuit because of the slipstream effect. We saw Wayu Aji try to get away. We saw some Indonesian supporters there. Good to see here.
Okay, I believe we can go down to Daniel Bogas, who's got some interviews down on the track. Let's go down to Daniel.
So we're down here on the grid for the Underbone 150 race 2, and you can see the fans out in numbers in the grandstands, and the weather is quite fair. It's not too hot, the track is dry, and there's a light breeze every now and then. But for now, we're going to head to row 3, where we can see none other than April King Moscato. So we're going to try to get a quick word with him. So April, you managed to close the gap in the championship, more or less about 50 points now behind the leader. Do you think that you can replicate what you did yesterday, and maybe even better to close the gap further?
I will do my very best in this race too, and I will focus the goal, and hopefully I end this race safe, and I will do my very best for this race.
Thank you so much, April. Good luck for the race. And now we're going to head to P11. It's Pirpong Lui Bumpeng. So, yeah, they have a nice message for his teammate, Aoi. We heard Aoi broke his hand yesterday, so wish the best of speedy recovery for him. So we want to ask you, yesterday you were about 4 seconds gap from the leaders with Murray Vitoni. So can you tell us what happened yesterday in race 1?
I think that one very hard. Yeah, many rider and many strong, many big group. Yeah.
So it was a bit difficult to find the way through, is it?
Okay. Today I fighting in podium.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race. And we're gonna head one more road down to none other than Nazrul Izzat. So Nazrul, yesterday he managed to close the gap slightly in the championship as well. So Nazrul, it was a good result out yesterday, and you managed to close the gap in the championship. Do you think you can do what you did yesterday once again?
Saya akan cuba buat yang terbaik pada race kali ini. dan saya akan cuba untuk dapatkan podium kat race 2 dan insyaAllah kalau ada rezeki kita jumpa di atas podium lah.
All right, thank you so much, Nazrul. Good luck for the race coming up ahead. And now it's back to Des and Barry in the commentary booth.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yeah, we didn't really speak about Nazrul Izzat Baharudin. He's picked up back-to-back podiums now, a P2 yesterday with all the excitement going on of the Waiwaji Trilaksana and Izzat Zaidi Salahan battle. We forgot about Nazrul Izzat. He did pick up P2.
Yeah, he did, and he's been fast all the way through since Thursday. There's a pole man, Gubita Krishna. Big smile from him. He'll be looking for a better result than, almost dropped his helmet, a better result than he got yesterday.
But P13, he's only half a second behind him. There's not a lot wrong that he did wrong, is there?
No.
Alongside him on the front row, this is from the one XOX racing team, Shafiq Grassol, who is a wild card today. He competes very successfully in the Malaysian Capri Championship. And yesterday, he didn't really have much of an opportunity. He got himself a P11 at the end, so he wasn't too far away from the scrum. And P3 on the grid will be Murabil Vitoni. Murabil, one of the Indonesian racers for the LFN Indonesia racing team. Again, he picked up a single point yesterday. He's dropped off after a good start to the season. I think Vitoni and us expected a bit better from him.
Yeah, and Jordan Badaru as well. I think we would expect more from. And Ahmed Fazli Sham, what's he going to do? He could do anything.
He led for 3 of the 6 laps yesterday. He does like to lead from the front, but then just gets swallowed up by the manic group that is trailing behind him. He's on P4 on the grid, though. Behind, or alongside him, you've got Charles Shazwas Yuzi for the Honda Yuzi Idemitsu team. Again, a wild card. Again, a Capri competitor, so knows this circuit very, very well. Hafid Nursandi from Indonesia. So they've got their own 1 pre-series, but they step up from the domestics 1 pre-series up to the international. It's a tough old step up.
Yeah, there are no prisoners taken in this class, and there is Giancarlo Maurizio, one of 3 Filipino riders. They all came in well yesterday.
All top 7, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, so within about 0.3 of a second of the win.
And alongside Giancarlo, another of the Malaysian competitors, again for Uma Racing, but Uma Racing Malaysia, Shafiq Grosli. In round 1, P12 qualification, 12th, best position, 5th in race 1 yesterday.
One of so many riders here capable of doing pretty much anything, and there is April King Moscado. Got a huge following in the Philippines, but he doesn't swagger, does he? He's very measured.
You can't afford to swagger, not when you're surrounded by so many competitors. You've really got to be so focused.
Yeah, he's got a real level-headed attitude. None of the star kind of thing going on with him, and he's finished every race.
So interestingly, in the 7 that we saw, we didn't see either championship leader Izzat Zaidi. He's back in row number, well, on position 20 on the grid. Nor did we see Waiwaji Trilaksana. They were 1 and 3 yesterday. Waiwaji 18th on the grid. And neither did we see Afif Amram, who was a DNF yesterday. And needs to get a good result. Oh, Fisa Rofa, indeed.
So much quality here.
Here is the grid. On pole, Gupita Krishna. On the Yamaha from Indonesia, alongside Shafiq Grassol, the wildcard for 1XOX racing team, and Murabil Vitoni for the Indonesia racing team.
And Ahmad Fazli Sham leading row 2 from Shiraz, I beg his pardon, Yuzi, and 6, Hafid Pradamaditya Nursandi.
On to the 3rd row of the grid, and you've got Giancarlo Maurizio from the Philippines, alongside Shafiq Grosli, both for Uma Racing, alongside April King Moscado as well. It's all purple on row 3.
And row 4 is led by the 13-year-old Kiandra Ramadipa. Next to him, Pirapong Louis Bumpeng we just heard from, and next to him, Afiz Supat for SCK Honda.
On to row 5, Ahmad Afif Amram, expecting good things from him, alongside Nazrul Izzat Baharudin, who's 3rd in the championship standing, 2nd yesterday. Ayman Taharuddin, teammate of Afif Amram.
More superb quality on row 6. Hafiza Rofa leads it from Wayu Aji Trilaksana, John Emerson Nguito.
Yeah, and Nguito got P4 yesterday. We forget about him. Izzat Zaidi won the race yesterday from P20. He's P19 today alongside Jordan Badaru and Duc Tan out of Vietnam.
And row 8, finally, Dimas Juli Admoko and Nguyen Antoine. Dimas scored was really fast in round 2 here at Sepang back in May.
There's a did not start or a do not start for Uezu. We saw the get well soon, Ai. So the Team One for All racer broke a hand yesterday in an accident that we saw in the highlights.
Yeah, that's painful. I don't know whether it was left or right. Do you, Des?
I don't.
It does make a difference when you're riding a motorbike. But what can Pirapong do? Perhaps that will inspire him, because we know he's another rider capable of winning. His record this year. Must have had a podium at some stage.
He has. He had a P2 in Sugo. He had a P4 at Sepang in round 1. But other than that, he's had a not great season, Pirapong Logoipeng. He's the only tie, is that right? The only tie in the field. The Filipinos, April King Moscado, Giancarlo Maurizio, who was competitive after a dreadful start to the season for Giancarlo. He had 3 did not finishes and 0 points in his first 4 races. So at last he's coming good for Uma Racing Philippines.
Yeah, indeed. Oi Uezu, his injured teammate, is the only Japanese in the field. Underbone Racing doesn't feature in Japan, and it features not very much in Thailand. So it is a Filipino, Indonesian, Malaysia dominated series.
And 2 Vietnamese who haven't really been able to get in on the points. There were some decent points for Antoine in the first round of the season in Buriram. But since then, his best position for Antoine is a P11 that he picked up in Malaysia. So there is the purple of Uma Racing. There's a Filipino contingent, and there's a contingent out of Malaysia representing that team. Najrul Izzat, who got P2, is 3rd in the championship standing. So Izzat Zaidi for Pitspike JRT One Way is leading the championship by 9 points from Wena XOXTKR Racing's Wayu Aji Trilaksana, bike number 98 and 60, but they're way to the tail of this because their qualification was so difficult, and changeable conditions have caused mayhem with some of the qualifying in all of the categories, Barry Russell.
Yeah, it did, and we had instead of the usual super pole for the first 15 places, we had a shootout. So they're just forming up now.
23 starters today. Black and gold of the Indonesian FLN racing team. Making his way into P2. Very, very late, as he's allowed to do, is Shafiq Russell. Maybe just trying to play on the nerves of other racers. So it's Gubita Kreshna to the right of your screen in P1. Shafiq Russell and Murabil Vitoni in P2 and 3. When the red lights go off, we will be underway. And indeed we are. We look to the back of the field just to see what kind of a start the championship leader Izzat Zaidi has. And it's clean. So long as you get away cleanly, then you've got a chance of being able to make up all the ground that you lost in qualification. So all of that work, it now goes out of the window. It depends on the next 6 laps of the track, Barry.
Yeah, that was a nice tidy start into turn 1. No dramas there. See the 2 Cardinal bikes running together, Ayman Tairuddin and Afif Amran.
Murabil Vitoni's made a solid start as well. We mentioned him earlier on. He's qualified well, a lap time of 2:47.58 in qualification. But there they just sweep up the hill, and they just need to make sure they stay out of danger. It's Gubita Kreshna, bike 23, who was on pole, who has got away to a healthy start. I still find it remarkable. You had to point it out to me a couple of times, but he was less than half a second off the winner yesterday and finished 13th. Just crazy.
Yeah, honestly, that was one of the best motorcycle races I've ever seen.
Underbone has the capacity to truly excite. There's an awful lot of chess that goes on. High speed, close contact chess if such a thing exists, but that goes on for the 5 3/4 laps up until the long straight, the hairpin, and the race for the line.
Yeah, and the wise old fox, like wily old fox, Ahmad Fazli Sham up in that front handful too.
One of these days, Ahmad Fazli Sham is going to be able to convert those leads midway through races into significant points. He hasn't really been able to do it too often so far today. I also saw bike 60, Wayu Ajitrilaksana, getting up not too far away from the front.
Yeah, looking for Izzat.
There he is.
Yeah.
Still a little bit behind, but we are still on lap number 1, so nothing for Izzat Zaidi, yesterday's race winner and the championship leader, to worry too much about. As we look down the long straight, it is still Gupita Krishna leading the way. Everybody being very polite and circumspect in these early moments.
Yeah, keeping it nice and clean. I saw one of the... In fact, there's only one Vietnamese Honda. Took a little off-track excursion about mid-lap. So he's a little way off the back at the moment.
Ahmed Afif Amran has forced his way into a pack in P3 just there, bike number 50, poking his nose out. 124 is Giancarlo Maurizio, and it's Giancarlo and Afif who go over the line, 1 and 2, with Fazli Sham ahead of Gupita Krishna. Hafiza Rofa as well. We'll keep an eye out for bike 24, Hafiza Rofa. He knows this Sepang circuit really, really well.
Yeah, I noticed Pirapong making some good work in the slipstream. He's come up to 6, having crossed the line 10th.
There he is, the easy to pick out, the livid, is it orange or is it Dayglow orange, the front of his bike?
I think Dayglow orange is a good one.
He's got himself up into P6. I'm just looking for the red helmet with the green racing suit of Gupita, Wayu Ajitrilaksana, bike number 60, to see if he's in that little group. Because there's a little bit of debris on the track there that bounced up nastily in front of 1 or 2 of the racers.
Yeah, possibly a bit of contact there between 2 of the bikes and a bit of bodywork got lost.
On board with Ahmad Fazli Sham, as you can see, it's Ahmad Afif Amran, who is one of the leaders, but is that Nazrul? Is that into the lead? Uma Racing, bike 87.
Yes, it is.
We're only a lap and a half in, fella. He's come from P19 to get himself up into the lead within 6 kilometres. Ahmad Afif Amran is also in there. In fact, it's 2 of the Uma Racing competitors. Shafiq Rosli in there as well.
It looks like Fazli Sham just outside of Murabul Vitoni, who's dropped back a little bit after his front row start.
You've got to have flexible hips on these underbones, don't you? Because you've got to make the late adjustment just to edge your bike out of the way when you're mid-lean.
Yeah, I think Wayu Aji has made his way up towards the front. We'll confirm that in a minute when we take a look at another look at the leaders. But Izzat down in 16th currently.
Ahmad Fazli Sham. Is that got up to? No, he hadn't. It's quite right. It's Nazrul Izzat who got up to the front. Izzat Zaidi is bike number 98. My apologies, I miscommunicated my Izzats.
Well,
so,
Nazrul started from 14th as well. Let's not forget that. We're talking about how far back Wayu Aji is starting, but.
Team One for All, they go into the lead through Pirapong. Ahmad Afif Amran is taken through. This is only at the end of lap 2 of 5, but Ahmad Afif Amran has decided that he and Nazrul Izzat are going to be close to the front, and Ahmad Afif Amran actually leads from Pirapong. Nazrul Izzat, Ahmad Fazli Sham, John Emerson Ngito, and Izzat Zaidi, 98, has got up there. The drag that you get down that back straight must be truly significant.
Changes the order just about every time they go down either of those straights.
Stay out of danger, that's number 1. The man who went over in P2 at the end of the lap, barely half a kilometre ago. He's down in P10 at the moment, Pirapong Luboypeng.
Yeah, and it's Wayu Aji currently at the front.
Yeah, he has, he's come, well, and then taken over by Izzat Zaidi.
I was holding on then, that was a short sentence, but I still got confounded.
We need much shorter names, otherwise we're immediately history. Gupita Krishna has a little look forward. Giancarlo Maurizio, he's still in that little group as well. Hugely competitive underbone championship.
Yeah, I think we've got Nazrul at the front.
Nazrul, there he is, bike number 98, championship leader, was at the front, is then just squeezed into P3. They come round the sweeping right-hander. It's all a case of making sure you're competitive, though, Barry Russell, going into the final half lap or so. Make sure you're within 50 metres of the front men, and you've got an opportunity.
Yeah, and just do the best job you can down the back straight. Read the positions, the pattern in front of you with the other riders, and then just try to pick your way through.
On board there with Nazrul is out. Waiwaji Trilaksana was in the front and gets himself overtaken by Nazrul Bahudin, who we spoke to beforehand, and I found it interesting to say that stay safe was one of the messages from Giancarlo. If I stay on the bike, I hope to do well, and his first message was I hope to stay on the bike.
Yeah, you have to, yeah.
Because that's how congested it can get. Nazrul Izzat and Waiwaji Trilaksana, 1 and 3 in the championship, being chased down by number 1 in the championship, Izzat Zaidi, bike number 98. 2 distinct lines, one close to the grandstand, one far away from the grandstand, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 abreast as they come into the hairpin. And then they'll sprint towards the finish line for the halfway point of this stage, and Ahmed Fazli Sham is the man who will be in the lead.
Both the Cardinals up there, and recent leader Pirapong going through way back in that pack, in fact 12th.
John Emerson Inkito, bike 22's made a move for the front as well. First time we've seen Inkito for the 4S1M Yamaha racing team.
And some quality way back. Gupta Krishna 13th.
There's some real close contact there, and tell you what, that sorted just a little bit of an opportunity. We've lost a lot of racers, Yeah, there's a big crash there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bikes down, including John Emerson Inkito. Is that Ahmad Afif Amran, or is it Tahiruddin?
Surely not.
Izzat Zaidi is down. Bike number 98 is down.
This is difficult for the marshals. The bikes are interlocked there.
And Tahiruddin down as well, so there was certainly coming down the hill. It's such a difficult corner to take, bike corner number 1, because you're edging right hand downhill, and then you've got to manipulate your way to the left as well.
So this is an opportunity for Waiwaji. Where is he?
There, where is that's a
he's
great
way
question.
back.
He's
but
way
he needs
back.
to move.
So he was stopped. He must have slowed down just behind that traffic. That's why we had that sudden gap appear. But that gap has soon worked. So the race marshals still desperately trying to get the wreckage off. There is no flag at the moment. It's a 5.5 kilometre circuit, and the lap time's around about 2.5 minutes. So comparatively, they have a certain amount of time. Ahmed Afif Amran avoided the carnage.
Yeah, went very wide on that turn, but he sweeps back through to enter the back straight. Nice speed onto the straight, going right to the outside.
Yeah, good drive there for Ahmed Afif Amran. We're just checking to see whether Izzat Zaidi was indeed the championship leader, was indeed one of the casualties. It certainly looks like he was. Ahmed is
And
Afif
a hand
Amran.
up there from Nazrul.
Oh,
Oh, his engine's gone.
that's Nazrul Izzat. So a P3 yesterday, did not finish today for the man in P3 in the overall championship standing. That's allowed Giancarlo Maurizio and Shafi Grosley, the wild card, and Fazli Sham. Afif Amran is there, Shazras Sharul Yuzi, Afiza Rofa, Kiandra, the 13-year-old, he's not too far away. We've not mentioned Kiandra, bike 212 for SCK Honda Racing. Where was Gupita Crescendo? Where's Waiwaji? Waiwaji is 1.1 seconds down. With 2 laps to go, Waiwaji will have the chances just at the tail end of this group here. Ahmed Fazli Sham is trying to pull away. Gupita Krishna 23, 46 Ahmed Fazli Sham. 122 is Shafiq Rasul. The wild card could cause a little bit of consternation if he picks up big points here.
Yeah, he could shake up the order a little bit. But I think the one to watch for here is Wayuaji. I don't know whether he knows. He probably doesn't know that Izzat is out. But if he can make his way up to the podium.
Bike number 60, first warning for Wayuaji Trilaksana, exceeding the track limits.
So he is pushing.
April King Moscado, the latest casualty. That is at least 6 out in Quito. Ayman Taharudin, Piripong Laboympeng, Nazrul Izzat and Afizad Supat. They are out of the race. The attritional rate goes up. We had a non-starter from Ueso.
But I think it's Shafiq Rosley leading them onto the back straight this time. No, I
124.
beg his pardon.
No, it's
Giancarlo Maurizio.
Indeed, Giancarlo is there, and look at
who
that.
else.
Wayuaji Trilaksana is making a move. Big chance for Wayuaji. He's second in the championship standings, but Izzat Zaidi is out of this race. The differential is 9 points, so there's a chance for Wayuaji Trilaksana to really make a statement here as they come into this penultimate straight. Afif Amram not too far away. The red helmet of Wayuaji in the green racing suit not too far away. Maurizio also in there for Uma Racing, the purple, bike 124. But it'll be Ahmed Afif Amran who leads round the corner and will drive out into the final lap in first place ahead of Giancarlo Maurizio.
And behind him is Ahmed Fazli Sham. He's been there all the way through this race so far.
And Wayuaji Trilaksana, the red helmet. Well, he was on the right, he took his own unique line. Wayuaji Trilaksana is the new race leader. This is where the carnage happened at the end of lap number 4. Again, brilliant job by the marshals because they've cleared all of the damage. All of the bikes absolutely cleared, and they've got rid of all the debris as well. And look at that, Wayuaji has been able to sprint away as his team look on.
Well, he took time to have a look around. I'm not sure how wise that was, but he's a double champion, so what do I know?
Ahmed Afif Amran for Cardinals Racing. He crashed out yesterday. Needs a good result today, Ahmed Afif Amran, if he holds any hopes of a championship or a top 3. Ahmed Fazli Sham is also there. Again, Shafiq Raisal could well take some big points away, but Wayuaji's made a real charge from the front here as Ahmed Afif Amran's pit crew look on for him as well.
Somewhere in there is the magician, Hafisa Rofa.
Bike number 24, green racing suit. But Wayuaji fully hunkered down there. Buries his helmet in between the handlebars.
Hafif is with him. Yeah, he's hauled him in. It's so difficult to get away with these 2 long straights. He knows he's got company now.
Another look over the shoulder from Wayuaji Trilaksana. He tried to make a move away. We have seen one breakaway in Underbone so far this season, but now we are approaching the final 2 home straights. And Ahmed Afif Amran, you want to be in second place, or certainly in the slipstream of the race leader. And that is where Ahmed Afif Amran is. He just lets Wayuaji get away from him because he wants to be in the slipstream. So it's Wayuaji. Afif looks behind him as well. Right, everybody stays close to the grandstand. Who's going to make the first move out? The answer is Hafisa Rofa. But Ahmed Afif Amran, they've stayed close to that grandstand.
Here they go now.
Ahmed Wayuaji tries to stay it tight. Ahmed Afif looks to try and keep it tight, but it's Team 1XOX who are leading. Fazli Sham has got a chance, but he's just been overtaken, and the victory is going to go, in the end, to Shafiq Raisal, ahead of Wayuaji Trilaksana, Giancarlo Maurizio, Fazli Sham and Shafiq Rosley, but a wild card has just upset the apple cart. Wayuaji, though, will pick up a very useful 20 points for P2.
Great finish too for Giancarlo Maurizio, who stayed at the front. This time the best of the Filipino riders. And 1XOX are celebrating, as well they might. All their riders finish 1, 2, 3, 4 in the top 7.
Phenomenal for the team. But a wild card, Shafiq Raisal takes the victory. That is a little crumb of comfort for Izzat Zaidi, who was a casualty, but Wahyu Ajitrilaksana will be the new championship leader.
Yeah, he went to Sugo for round 3, leading the championship, and lost it due to the win of Izzat Zaidi there. Now there's a gap.
Giancarlo, best result of the season as well, but the final race result is under investigation.
They'll want to have another look at the wiggling that went on among the front runners there. Really, I think it's par for the course, but they didn't investigate it yesterday, and yesterday was equally close, wiggly, elbowy, rubber swapping, you name it.
I'm trying to think if there was an incident as we get the results. These are unofficial, these are not confirmed as yet, but Shafiq Raisol, 1XOX Racing Team, taking it by 0.03 from Wahyu Ajitrilaksana, by 0.06 from Giancarlo Maurizio, by 0.15 from Ahmed Fazli Sham, by 0.17 from Shafiq Grosley for Uma Racing, Hafiza Rofa, 0.2 down. Ahmed Afif Amran finished 7th, just 0.3 down. Murabil Vitoni, decent performance from Murabil from LFN Indonesia Racing, but P8 for him, barely 0.35 a second down on the race winner. P9, Hafid Pratamaditya Nosandi on the Yamaha ahead of Charles Shadros Sharal-Yuzi. Kiandra, the 13-year-old for SCK Honda Racing. Again, 0.7 of a second separating the first 11 races. Jordan Badaru on the Honda ahead of Duktan, who'll pick up points. Dimash Julie and Antoine will pick up points as well. Gupita Kreshna, having started on pole, he finished 1 lap down in 17th. April King Moscato, he didn't finish, neither did Izzat Zaidi or Izzat Bahudin. That's why it's good news for Wahyu Ajitrilaksana. Pitapong, he crashed out. Afizad crashed out, as did Ayman Taharuddin. There was a lot of contact in that race, and one significant crash could well have altered the championship completely.
Yeah, that took out Izzat's chances, and Gupita Krishna must have got himself tangled up there. This is what the marshals are looking at, perhaps looking at Giancarlo Maurizio.
There was a lot of movement there. 1, 2, 3 movements. 4. He's swerving all over the place. Gosh, he's trying to take out everybody as Giancarlo. It's like a 10-pin bowling there from Giancarlo Maurizio.
Yeah.
Without contact.
Without contact. It wasn't too different yesterday. Let's see what happens, but this is underbone racing. This is why we love it. This is why people way beyond Asia love this too.
Oh, there's the celebration.
There you go, tandem jumping, tandem celebrations for Team 1XOX, as well they might.
So Shafiq Raisol has come in and says, I may not be in this championship, I may be a wild card, but hey, you lot, I'm worth a place on this team. 25 points for him.
Yeah, hug there from the new 600 rider in 1XOX team.
He's our 6th different winner in 10 races this season. Uma Racing looking relatively happy. Giancarlo, if it's not taken away from him. I do wonder, though, there were so many changes of the racing line. I suspect that is what the stewards are looking out for Giancarlo Maurizio.
Yeah, if they're looking at anybody, it will be him.
Highlights from a chaotic underbone 150cc race number 2. The man who won yesterday from P19 on the grid started low down. Ahmed Fazli Sham, were on board with him as well. And this would be a race that really turned on a crash towards the end of the contest that really could have a significant impact on the series. But Izzat Zaidi and Wahyu Ajitrilaksana, despite starting very low down by Russell, they very quickly made their way up to the front end of the grid.
Yeah, Wahyu Aji, Izzat and Hafiza Rofa coming from the back there, and Fazli Sham, the number 46 there, making his presence felt at the front for all the way through the race, actually.
Ahmed Fazli Sham, as always, competitive. Ahmed Afif Amran, bike number 50. Easy to pick out for Cardinals Racing. He's there as well. LFN Racing Indonesia, they made a mark as well, as did Uma Racing from the Philippines. But this is the big moment. This is the big crash. This took out Izzat Zadi and Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin first and third in the championship standings. And then you thought, Wahyu Haji Trilaksana, his eyes must have opened wide at the opportunity.
Yeah, and he converted it. Fair play. But this was Nazrul going out.
Yeah, Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin, he went out as well. So all his contenders were dropping out one by one. Even when Gupita Krishna got to the front, there was a problem there for April King Moscato, whose disappointing series continues into the final lap. And Giancarlo Maurizio was leading from Ahmed Afif Amram, but Wahyu Haji Trilaksana wasn't too far away.
Yeah, more spread out than we saw them yesterday.
Largely as a result of that accident, because it did split us up into two distinct groups into the final corner. Maurizio, well, he goes relatively wide there, but then he changes once, twice, 3, 4, 5 changes of racing line, 6 changes of racing line. The victory goes to Shafiq Rasul ahead of Wahyu Haji Trilaksana, hence the celebration.
Yeah, according to the rules, that might come back to bite him. I think they're allowed one weave.
Indeed, there was more than one weave there. Multiple weaves, but we will find out at the moment. Although it's still under investigation, Maurizio will take his place on the podium. A dancing Wahyu Haji Trilaksana, a new championship leader, takes his place, and a very, very happy Shafiq Rasul will take the joys of the Nagara coup.
Consistently among the fastest, Rasul.
Good applause for one XOX racing team. You were quite right to point out they had some real success there. Shafiq coming in, but Wahyu Haji Trilaksana from the 1XOX TKR racing team, as Sharmila Nadaraja from the Motorsports Association Malaysia, the Chief Executive Officer, hands out the prizes. Important to get the support of Motorsports Association of Malaysia, so delighted that they are of course on board. A very happy Wahyu Haji. There's some serious celebrations going on there. He's obviously thinks this is a key moment in the championship.
I agree with him.
He'll be holding an 11-point lead as Stefan Karapier comes in to hand out the prizes to the team, who, not surprisingly, Team 1XOX, and a particularly big hug for him from Maurizio. It'll be a two-horse race going into the final 2 races of the season, though. Shafiq Rasul picking up 25 points as a wild card. I'm not sure if he'll be racing in Buriram. Wahyu Haji Trilaksana certainly will be, as will Giancarlo Maurizio. Again, we're still awaiting final confirmation of these results.
Yeah, Shafiq Rasul has certainly put himself in the frame for next year, if not this year.
Absolutely. There's the riders enjoying the moment. Cheesy Grims, overall championship standings as they are at the moment. Again, I emphasise this has got to be confirmed. Waya Aji Trilaksana, 11 points clear of Izzat Zaidi Salahan, who was taken out in that crash. 2 more races to go. Afif Amran, 75 ahead of Izzat Bahudin, who had a mechanical failure. April King Moscato on 65. Hafiza Rofa edges up to 64, just ahead of Emerson Agito, who was taken out in that crash on 63. It's really competitive, really congested. Murabo Bertoni in 8th place on 54. Let's go down to get some post-race reaction. Daniel Bogas, once again, is waiting to conduct the interviews.
So we're right here at the podium with Mohammad Shafiq Russell. So Shafiq, first of all, congratulations on a fabulous victory. Now for you as a wild card, you have just won a race in the Asia Road Racing Underbone 150 class. How does this feel for you and the team?
Pertama sekali saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada pasukan saya, 1SOX 3KR. Pada perlombaan tadi saingan Underbone ni amat sengit bagi saya. Saya cuba untuk berada di kelompok hadapan saja. Di pertengahan lap saya cuba untuk ikut saja dan di lap yang terakhir saya try push maksimum dan akhirnya saya berjaya mendapat tempat pertama.
Okay, and Shafiq, would you say that having experienced the Petronas Major Cup Prix here before, did that help you in the transition to the Underbone class?
Bagi saya saingan Underbone ni lebih kurang sama je lah dengan CP125.
Alright, thank you so much Shafiq. Congratulations once again. And we'll see you guys in the next round of the Asia Road Racing Championship.
Indeed, congratulations. Our thanks to Daniel. Multilingual interviews carried out. And another exciting Underbone 150cc race goes right the way down to the wire. They are truly, truly entertaining racers. We step up 100cc after the break. We move to the Asia Production 250cc. That's coming next on the Asia Road Racing Championship from the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. FIM Asia Road Racing Championship comes to you from the Sepang International Circuit. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell, talking you through 5 races for this afternoon. We've had 2, the TVS 1 make and a thrilling Underbone 150cc. Our focus next turns the Asia Production 250cc, where Indonesia's Andy Muhammad Fadli is the man who is leading the overall championship, but he didn't have a particularly good time on race number 1 yesterday. Let's have a look at the best of the highlights. Race 1 highlights of the AP 250 taking place on Saturday. Andy Muhammad Fadli left training a little bit in the at the start of this particular race. There he is, bike number 108, the overall championship leader. But this, Barry Russell, will be a really, really good event for the Astra Honda Racing team. And Adananta Putra, bike number 21 in particular.
He's really stamped his mark on that team now, hasn't he? Won in Sugo and followed it up with a win here. Brilliant race from him. This was so competitive, as the AP 250s always are, but he always looked like the most likely winner.
There, he was leading the way. There was some competition coming in from the likes of Aldi Setia Mahendra, Anji Setiawan also for Yamaha as they tried to compete with Astra Honda. But the Kawasaki's were a little bit underpowered. Obviously, the Kawasaki's suffer from the equalization rule, so Andy Muhammad Fadli couldn't really get close. And right the way through, if it wasn't bike 21 Adananta Putra, it was bike 46 Herjan Adna trying to just ease the way for Reza Danica to close the gap on Andy Muhammad Fadli at the top of the championship standings.
And there, at the beginning of that last lap, there are 3 Astra Hondas together, and that was Piawat Patumios going down into the gravel, ending his race. He was fastest in warm-up this morning.
Okay, so hopefully he can recover for that. And then we're into the final lap. And bike 21, Adananta Putra, had been so strong. He lost the lead temporarily to Reza Danica, but he just took the right line coming into the hairpin at the final corner. It's all about when you brake, what line you get. As a remarkable recovery from Reza Danica. Somehow he stayed on the bike to finish 4th, but the victory goes to his teammate from Astra Honda Racing, Adananta Putra. Back-to-back wins for him, but Andy Muhammad Fadli retains the overall championship lead. Okay, so there is the grid. We are going around the Sepang International Circuit. It is 15 corners. The key elements are the 2 long straights between corner number 14 down to the hairpin at 15, and then the sprint for the line. But there's some technical areas to cover, particularly up the hill at corner 9 and corner 10 as well. Let's go down onto the grid where Daniel Bogas is waiting to get us some insights ahead of this 8th race of the season.
We're down here now at the grid for the Asia Production 250 class, and you can see our fans out in numbers. We have fans from Indonesia, fans from Malaysia, all out here. And for now, we're gonna have a look at one of the Indonesian riders, Aldi Satya. He's right in front of me over here. So let's have a quick word with him. So Aldi, you were P2 in yesterday's race, and currently you're not too far off the championship leader, about 31 points. Do you think you have a good chance with 3 races remaining to fight for the championship?
Yeah, for the race, I will use my mind. I want a safety, so I'm not like race 1 for first lap. I will push. No, I will keep my tire. So for last lap, I will push hard.
So a bit more plan coming into this race, is it?
Yeah.
All right, good luck, Aldi. So now we're gonna make our way down, and as you can see here, we have a lot of the riders and mechanics out on the grid as usual, but we're having easier weather this time. Yeah, Herjan Adna, he's staying focused there. But yeah, it's a lot more predictable weather. It's hot weather at Sepang, as we've become used to as always. But now we're going to go to one of the younger riders in this category. At age only 15, it's Irfan Haikal. So I'm going to try and get a quick word with him. So Irfan, you're racing a double race, MSBK and Asia. Has it been difficult for you coming into the Asian Championship?
Kalau boleh untuk championship podium kali ini, saya akan cuba untuk buat.
Is the competition tough so far in the Asian Championship for you?
Saya akan untuk cuba mendapatkan podium lagi di tempat race hari ini.
Okay, thanks so much, Irfan, and good luck to you. And we're going to make our way now down to the back of the grid. We're going to talk with the only rider from Hong Kong, Leong Nang Se. Now he's representing the flag by himself, so we're gonna grab a quick word with him. So, Leong Nansi, you're the only rider from Hong Kong in the Asia Road Racing Championship right now. How's it been, and what is your target for the race?
Happy, funny, good.
So you're just gonna enjoy it and just see where it goes?
Yes.
Okay. So if you don't mind me asking, how do you feel the competition is in the Asian Championship so far?
No, 3 times. Yes.
I mean, do you feel it's has been a tough adaptation to the championship? All right, thank you so much and good luck for the race. And it's back to you, Desmond.
Some interviews more difficult than others. Language barrier there for Daniel Bogus. I don't think Daniel's got much Cantonese in him. But great to get racers from all over and different ages there. We saw Leong from Hong Kong. We saw the young Malaysian, but Aldi Satya Mahendra. Great hair for Aldi, by the way, but just 16 years of age. But what a talented racer this kid is.
Yeah, and you could see how much he's thinking as well. I do think he's a special rider, Aldi Satya.
Back onto the grid on the pole positions. Or the grid positions. This is Adananta Putra. Adananta Putra is P2, yesterday's race winner. We had Andy Mohammed Fadli, who's on pole position, but he did that in wet conditions. And this is Pewa Patumyos, who crashed out yesterday in very, very frustrating manner for him.
Yeah, we thought, well, he's been going well so far. He was quick in warm-up, but that was in wet conditions, so we know he's good in the wet. Let's see what he can do today.
This is Angie Setiawan, we're just behind there as the grid is being cleared, which includes the cameraman and the interviews. As you can see, everybody is just away, but race 1, a P6, a race 2 in Sepang, a P5. So Angie will be looking to improve on that form, but this is the man who really needs to pick up some points. Reza Danica Arans for Astra Honda Racing Team, second in the championship standings, but 19 points adrift of Andy Mohammed Fadli.
Yeah, he did well to finish yesterday because the bike was really trying to buck him off.
Yes, incredibly, an incredible finale for him there. Herjan Atna Ferdaus, the third of the Astra Honda Racing Trio. He played his part as well yesterday, Herjan, and picked up a P3 for himself. And then they're alongside Rafi Topan Susito. As you can see, a P4 and a P2, but otherwise he's been middle of the grid for much of this season. And then Ayuki Ayoshi, one of the great mysteries of the season. What happened to him at Sugo on the final straight?
He is a little bit of an enigma. Looks very determined, and he was talking a good game early this morning. I had a brief chat with him as we were standing in the rain outside the media centre. But he was looking very punchy and looking to make up the disadvantage. We're going to watch them come off on the warm-up lap now.
It will be an 8-lap race as we just get the formation lap going, so everybody just can get the tyres warm, and we'll run through the starting grid. Andy Mohammed Fadli, championship leader on the Kawasaki Ninja, in pole position alongside yesterday's race winner Adananta Putra, and Pewa Patumyos for Honda Racing Time.
And on road 2, Aldi Satya Mahendra leads it from Angie Setiawan and Reza Danica Arens.
Third row of the grid, Herjan Atna, the third of the Astra Honda racers, alongside Rafi Topan Susito. One of these days will put in a really, really big race. Now, Ayoshi in P9.
Row 4 is led by Ray Ratakuri, Fitriancia Kete next to him, and Muzakir Mohammed, P12.
Row 13, the youngster Irfan Haikal alongside Setu Rajiv, alongside Sharil Ezwan Sharil, who was a non-finisher yesterday.
And in P16, Senthil Chandrasekaran. Next to him, Akid Aziz. We need to see more from him. And in P18, Idlan Hakimi.
On to row 7, it's Leong Nang Tse, who's the only racer there, and the Hong Kong racer isn't expected to really feature. Of course he's not expected to feature, but what a thrill for him to be involved at this level of racing.
He's having a great time. And the other thing to mention, just as they're doing this warm-up lap, Des, is the rev cut that Andy Fadli is carrying, because he got a big lead in the championship. The rules say that they lose revs off the top, so he has a rev cut of 1,000. That's 2 500s as he got further ahead. 500 off, then another 500. So he's missing the top 1,000
which he loses
RPM
for the season.
For the season, yeah, you can't get it back. The only other rider carrying a rev cut is Reza Danica, who's got 1, so 500cc off. So that would explain why Andy Fadley is not as imperious as he was when we came here for round 2.
Let's just remind you that Andy Mohamed Fadley leads the championship standings, 111 points. He started the season red hot, a P3 and a P1 in Buriram, a double win in Sepang, and then he fell away in Sugo and he had a P6 yesterday. Reza Danica has had 4 podiums, but a DNF yesterday. P4, as we saw, somehow finishing on the bike. He's second on 92 points. Aldi Satya, with back-to-back podiums, let's not write Aldi Satya off on 80 points. He could, with victory today, come into championship reckoning ahead of Buriram.
He could. Let's not bet against that. They were looking, Astra Honda were looking like perhaps a podium lockout. They didn't make it because the impudent 16-year-old Aldi Satya decided to put his blue Yamaha there instead.
But there's the pole sit-up, Andy Mohamed Fadley. We'll be hoping, just despite the loss of revs, that he will be able to stay closer than he was able to yesterday. It must be a really dispiriting feeling when you know you've got the ability, but your bike just doesn't have the power.
Yeah, he's going to need to use the slipstream next to him. Really class act, Adinantaputra, so far this round.
8 laps of the track. Asia Production 250cc race 2, round 4 of the season. It's a wheelie from Adinantaputra in P2. So Andy Mohamed Fadley has got off nice and clean, the Indonesian. And he leads a straight line, but Adinantaputra is able just to come out of the slipstream, and immediately yesterday's race winner goes, has to stand up because was it Aldi Satya? Just forced him into P2. The Thai, Piawat Patomyas, has moved into the lead.
Yeah, and Aldi Satya, having said he wasn't going to go gangbusters from the off.
Never believe 16-year-olds. There is the moral of that story.
He was lying.
But Adinanta then slides his way straight back into P1. He has looked imperious, Adinantaputra. Really confident in his bike. He's one of the less heralded racers from the Astra Honda racing team, but clearly has been very, very consistent.
Yeah, he has, as we were saying, made his mark very much in the last couple of rounds.
Andy Mohamed Fadley, who are on board, has been swiftly gobbled up, and immediately you can see that he's got problems. Ray Ratakori is the man who's just in front of him, and Andy Mohamed Fadley, championship leader, will be very, very fortunate to still be in the championship lead at the end of today.
Yeah, he needs a tow, doesn't he?
Ayoshi is the other Kawasaki who goes up the hill. Corner 9, 10, 11 in P5, the lime green.
Yeah, Herjan moving up into P2 ahead of Aldi.
Fadley goes on the inside of Ray Ratakori, grabs that place back. As you're quite rightly saying, he's looking to get a bit of a tow.
Yeah, tow from Rafid, I think, currently.
Yeah, Rafi Topan is the man who's there. Again, Andy Mohamed Fadley goes on the inside to pick up another position. Now they're heading down this back straight, and it's still Adinantaputra, bike number 21, who's making an Astra Honda 1-2. Aldi Satya, bike 57, in the Yamaha, poised just in between them.
Yeah.
Rafi Topan is bike number 50.
And in amongst that lot, the slightly darker red Honda of Piawat, the Thai rider.
Andy Mohamed Fadley just doesn't have the revs, he just doesn't have the power. As we've got a new race leader, Merjan Adna Ferdaus. So Astra Honda have got things absolutely right so far for this weekend. Certainly in the AP 250s, and they're 1 and 2 here. The only bike really able to keep up with them is the Yamaha of Aldi Satya. Although Ayoshi is just having a look to squeeze on the inside in the lime green Kawasaki.
Yeah, Ayoshi is really up for it this time. I believed his hype in pit lane at about 7:30 this morning.
Well, he's had 2 DNFs in a row. he can't afford another one.
No, he really wants it. He's reacting in a very positive way. So we could see 3 colours on the grid. Could be a tricolor grid: green, red and blue. Let's see.
Much further down, Reza Danica Arans is right at the very, very back in P19. Now, he wasn't on screen. We've got a few screens that we can see here. We didn't see anything untoward for Reza Danica, but that is really troublesome for him. He's just going to have to work his way up the field. Must have gone off the track to be this far behind.
He will do that, but this is a gift to Andy Fadley, who's struggling with that. I'm going to call it a power cut.
But it's also a gift for the likes of Aldi Satya Mahendra, if he can get a good result, or even Adinata Puchu's on 74 points, 25 points here, plus the advantage, the equalisation advantage in the 2 race in Buriram. They will make life really, really tough.
Buriram, another track with 2 long straights, of course. Aiki Yoshi getting on terms with these 3.
And Piawat is managing to stay the course as well. Nice and competitive, nice quick races, 8 laps. Fadley has just been able to hold on in there, down in P7, P8, just behind Anji Setiawan. But it's the Astra Honda Racing duo of Herjan Adna, who's had 2 consecutive P3s, behind Adinata Puchu, who's had 2 consecutive P1s, with Aldi Satya behind them, who's had 2 consecutive P2s.
Yeah, I'm just watching Andy Fadley, if we can just, there he is on the back of that group. He has been struggling. He was about 0.7 of a second off that group at one stage. Now he's back on, having hitched a ride with Rafid Topan.
And Anji Setiawan as well, so it's a leading 8. But you do feel that the Astra Honda are absolutely controlling what's going on. The front 3, you think it's going to, or you suspect it's going to take something significant to knock any of those front 3 off their perches. Reza Danica, meanwhile, is still in P19.
I think so, but best lap of the race, just set by Andy Fadley.
Oh, interesting. Ah. Do not write him off, Mr. Korkil. Well, the race lead is Herjan Atna.
2019 champion, Mohammed Andy Fadley. And he's determined to take this championship. A lot of people want to see him on bigger bikes. He wants to see himself on bigger bikes, I think, just in case anybody with a bulging wallet is listening. The lad deserves it.
Astra Honda, though, are the team leading the way, and a 16-year-old Aldi Setya Mahendra, real talent coming out of Indonesia. In fact, Indonesians completely dominating this, with of the top 10 in the championship standings, 8 of them being from Indonesia. Piawat is the exception, one of the exceptions to that rule. Ayoshi is the other.
Until 2018, this was a 2-way battle. The field was split between Thai and Indonesian, but now it is only Indonesian, really, with 1 Thai rider in it.
That Thai rider is currently in P5, just ahead of Andy Mohammed Fadley. As we look down the main straight, we're coming to the end of lap number 3. Herjan is still leading the way. Adinata is happily just a stick on the tail of his teammate, and those front 3 have hardly budged. Ayoshi hasn't been able to make a move on Piawat, but Andy Mohammed Fadley once again has put in another pretty good lap, and he's right on the tail there of Ayoshi. So 1 and 2 Astra Honda, 3 Yamaha Racing Indonesia, and then you've got the Kawasaki duo, Andy Mohammed Fadley and Ayoshi, 5 and 6 after Piawat.
Breaking away a little bit as they go into turn 1. They're probably going to try and help each other, but it's difficult with these long straights to make any kind of break. But we're on board with Andy Fadley now, looking at the back of Aldi Satya Mahendra.
Reza Danica Arans, meanwhile, is still in P19 and not making any headway on Nangse or Senthil Chandrasekhan or Sedu Rajiv. He's not even in. There he is, just coming into that shot now. Reza Danica, maybe he's got past the two Indian racers, but it's not looking good for him. It is looking reasonable for Andy Mohamed Fadli at this stage, though.
Yeah, just behind his teammate there, Aiki Iyoshi, and behind them, Angie Setiawan.
Just 0.779 of a second between P1 and P5 when they went over the marker at the end of the previous lap. Split times, we've just had a 31.0 sector 1 for Powwee, who was the quickest, and then Iyoshi was the quickest, taking Andy Mohamed Fadli with him. But everybody's just about much of a muchness. Nobody's really been able to pull away round corner number 9.
Yeah, half distance, you couldn't call it yet, that's for sure. But it's good to see that Andy Fadli has found a way to keep himself up with the leading group there.
Don't count out to Andy Setiawan either, or Rafid Topham. There is Fadli. We focus on him because he's the championship leader. But for how long? Well, he'll continue because Reza Danica is in danger of missing out on all points. Still down in P19, out of the points, Reza. Clearly had a problem. Of all the Astra Hondas to have a problem, Reza is the one who could afford it least, you suspect.
Indeed, he's about half a second behind Leong Nang Tze.
Adhananta Putra, yesterday's race winner, looking for a hat-trick of wins, just eases his way into front as we approach halfway. Still Astra Honda leading the way, 1 and 2. Adhananta Putra from Herjan Atna. And look at that, Angie Setiawan's got himself ahead of Andy Mohamed Fadli, so the straight line speed of the Yamahas. An almost look of approval from the Yamaha pit crew.
Yeah, 227.139 for Powwee, so best lap of the race so far, as they go into the second half of the race now.
Just keep yourself competitive. The front 3, once again, that's changed. Herjan Atna has retaken the lead from Adhananta.
Looks like Aldi might have remembered his pledge on the grid.
Yes. We apologise for calling you a fibber, Aldi, but he did make a real beeline for it in the first couple of corners.
Yeah.
Aldi Satya in the blue of Yamaha, bike number 57, just tracking the two Astra Hondas. He said he's really going to go for it on the last lap. He just needs to make sure he's in a position to go for it on the last lap. Powwee, these 3 now, occasionally these front 3 just seem to be able to accelerate away, and then the rest of the teams just group in. But again, I find it really difficult to see who's going to get ahead of these 3.
Yeah, they do look in control, don't they? Powwee's got other ideas, but they do keep breaking away.
Adhananta Putra, the race leader, he and Herjan Atna have really shared the race lead. Herjan Atna had it for 3 laps. Now it's Adhananta Putra who edged into the lead early on in the race before Herjan took over. Powwee still best of the rest in P4.
And who is that?
Irfan Heikel, one of the youngsters who we focused on, did his best to hold on, but the bike just wriggles away from him. And that's going to be tough to get out of the gravel. So Irfan Heikel on his first appearance, he picked up 3 points yesterday. Youngster, I don't think is going to be in the points today. Neither's Reza Danica.
Herjan likes it at the front, doesn't he?
He does, and Adhananta, both Astra Honda are very, very happy to take the initiative. 3 laps to go, and Aldi Satya has been very happy just to sit quietly there in P3. Andy Mohamed Fadli has been dropped just a little bit on last lap. He's 1.6 seconds down on the race leader at the tail end there. Reza Danica will be hoping that Fadli is unable to capitalise on his difficulties. There is Reza Danica. He's still racing. He's still out there, but he is in P19, a best lap of 2:34, which is some 6 seconds off the pace.
And Angie Setiawan's got the best lap so far, 2:26.9 for him.
So let's not count out the other Yamahas as he moves into P3 ahead of P4 ahead of Powwee.
Setiewan, we often talk about him as when is he going to put a good race together to match his speed. Maybe this is it.
Best position in the season was yesterday at P5. He had a P5 in race 1 in Sepang for the first time out in May. Now he's got himself into P4. Ayoshi is the man who's dropped down. Rafi Topan is there, and Andy Fadley losing just a little bit of ground on Rafi Topan. Bike 108 right at the very back there, but still Herjan Atner holds on. We're approaching the 3/4 mark of this race, and it's bubbling up, you suspect, to quite a finale.
Yeah, you certainly do. Powwee's up there. Aiki Yoshi wants it. And Angie Setiewan wants it.
Is Fadley able to get up close enough? Is he maybe just looking after his tyres? Maybe just trying to keep something for a last lap splurge?
He's taking a wide line round there, isn't he? So he can slingshot out and hopefully get a tow from Rafid Topan. But I think he's too far away. Yeah, he's not going to get a tow at that distance.
Herjan Atner still leads. Astra Honda 1-2. Adananta comes out of the slipstream. Adananta. He then loses out. First time we've seen Aldi Satya go through. He's forced us just a little bit wide. It's all experimentation. What line do you take out? What drive gives you the best drive towards the finish line? That's rehearsal time. There's 2 more laps at least to go. And Aldi Satya is being urged to go for it. And Andy Setiewan is up there as well. As is Powwee, as is Ayoshi. Now it's changing a little bit. Now Rafid Topan isn't too far away either. Powwee has to stand up to avoid Aldi Satya. He's an aggressive little fella, isn't he, Aldi Satya?
Oh, he is, yeah. I think butter wouldn't melt in his mouth when you speak to him, but he's a proper racer, isn't he?
Certainly is. Now he's on the tail there of the race leader, Adananta Putra. Adananta looking for a hat-trick of wins. Aldi Satya is looking for his first win of the season. He's been competitive throughout.
Yeah, he has, and he seems to have responded to the gesticulations from his team last time they went past the pits.
2 laps to go. Aldi Satya maybe has a look around the outside. Andy Mohammed Fadley, to his credit, has got back up onto the tail of Powwee and then goes wide onto the grass. Fadley, that'll lose him a lot of ground and could cause problems for the tyres as well.
That's how hard he's trying.
Up at the front, Putra still leads. Erjan Atner Ferdhaus moves into P2. Oh, now that is that Fadley. Fadley and Rafid Topan. Topan is down and Fadley is doing his very, very best to get back on the bike. Andy Mohammed Fadley is out. Fadley is out. The race leader is out. Reza Danica will get a bonus because he may well come back into the points, Reza Danica, possibly.
He needs to get back into the points, but this is a repeat of Sugo, which was a miserable outing for both of them.
Oh, Fadley's still on. So it was Ayoshi who went off. Ayoshi went off, a 3rd consecutive DNF for Ayoshi. So, my apologies for Fadley. It is a big stroke of luck at the expense of his teammate, who was just taken out of the track by Rafid Topan going wide. Ayoshi back on the circuit.
He won't be happy at all with that. Bad things come in 3s, as you said, Des. That was the 3rd DNF.
3 in a row. Well, he may well get back. Oh, there's a problem for Aldi Satya. Aldi Satya, big problem.
No, Aldi thought he'd won.
No. He doesn't think he won. He's got it wrong.
Oh, we've seen this from time to time, haven't we? We saw it a few MotoGPs ago with Alex Espargaro.
And that has just allowed the Astra Honda racing team to go through. Aldi jumping the gun. Is he able to get back? Herjan Atner is there. Aldi Satya. in P5 now. And it's Angie Setiawan who is in P3. Oh, what a catastrophe for Yamaha.
He's on it now, isn't he? He hasn't given up at all.
But the mistake has been made. That to recover from that would be astonishing. So Fadli, he's still in P6, but Aldi Satya, who thought he'd won, thought he picked up 25 points, and instead may have to settle for 10 or 11. Ahead of them, Herjan Atna, Angie Setiawan goes up the hill into P2. Aldi Satya moves ahead of Pirwat. He's back up into P4. Aldi bit between his teeth, but Herjan Atna is going to be some distance away.
The fight is on here.
How close can they get to Herjan Atna coming into the final straight? Angie Setiawan is there. They've got this long right-hander. Herjan Atna, this is his race to lose, surely. But Angie Setiawan, is he able to get into the slipstream? The answer is yes, and so is Aldi Satya. So Herjan leads. Anxious look over his shoulder. He's got the lead though. Angie Setiawan is second. Adananta has moved through into P2. The Yamahas desperately looking for some kind of redemption. Herjan Atna just needs to be tight. Look at that, Aldi Satya. Can he hold it on? The victory will go to Astra Honda, and it'll a victory for Herjan Atna ahead of... Oh, it's Astra Honda 1-2.
Well, the timing screen says Aldi Satya. I thought he was third too.
So the official timing screen says Aldi Satya in P2, Adananta P3. There will need to be a photo finish there.
What we do know is that Herjan Atna Firdaus crossed the line first. There's no doubt about that.
Well, he properly crossed the line first. Here's how close it is. 46 takes the win. We're really looking behind them at Andy Setiawan and bike 57 and 21 Adananta, who to the naked eye looks like he just gets there. Surely does.
I think, yeah.
Surely does. We'll have a little check at that one.
I've got a spare pair of specs here, Des. I think I'll send them along to the timekeepers.
Herjan Atna Firdaus takes the victory. Bike number 46, 21 and 57 in a photo finish for P2.
Yeah, they've corrected it.
Yeah, and there is the wheelie for the winner, Herjan. First victory of the season for him. It has been corrected. Aldi Satya has been demoted from P2 to P3, quite rightly, because he came third.
And a great weekend for Adananta Putra. Great weekend, you have to say, for Aldi Satya, especially after that mistake.
Andy Mohammed Fadli will pick up 20 points for the weekend, and with Reza Danica out of the points in P16.
And Aldi Satya, he didn't let me down. I tweeted that he would pick up a double podium this weekend, and he's done it, bless him.
Ayoshi finished as well, but out of the points. So then, here's the official race result, corrected from the official timing. Herjan Atna Firdaus for Astra Honda P1, 0.4 of a second clear of Adananta Putra, 4,000 of a second clear of Aldi Satya Mahendra in P3. Angie Setiawan for the Yamaha in P4, just 0.05 down on him. Pirwat P5. Fadli will be relatively happy to increase his championship lead going into the final two races of the season. Idlan Hakimi for Idemitsu Bunchu Honda in P7. Akid Aziz for one XOXT Racing Team in 8. Charles Ezran finishing 9 ahead of Ray Ratakuri. Sedu Rajiv for Honda Racing India coming in P11 for 5 points. Van Heikel, well, he did finish Van Heikel. I thought he'd gone out, but he managed to get back onto the circuit ahead of Sendil. Leong Nangseo, congratulations to the Victor Racing Team. 2 points for him. Muzake a single point. Reza Danica Arans, Astra Honda out of the points. Rafid Topan out of the points. He crashed out, as did he took out Ayoshi when both were going well, and Fitrianta was 1 lap down. Well. Drama, drama, drama.
Drama, and Hurjan has come of age, we could say, from this result.
It edges him towards the championship, but those 2 points for Andy Mohammed Fadli, you know what? They give him a 29-point lead. Oh no, 25-point lead going into the final 2 races of the season. That's tight. If he gets 2 P6s, might be enough.
And hugs there. Aldi's going to be a little annoyed with himself. But who knows? P3 is a good result for him. He probably feels he could have won it if he hadn't made that mistake, but he made a mistake.
And poor old Ayoshi, next up, there's Astra Honda. They're happy, 1 and 2. Very happy Astra Honda. Apart from Reza Danica. That's the only sting in the tail for Astra Honda Racing. Very, very happy side, but a 0 point for second place in the championship standings, Reza Danica Arons.
But here come the next generation, Adananta and Hurjan. The boss, Reza Danica, didn't bring it home today, unfortunately. But it's good to see these young riders coming through, isn't it?
Of course, brilliant. And exactly what they wanted at the start of the season, Astra Honda. They said they wanted development, they said they wanted to be competitive. And they are indeed. A P3. Well done for Aldi Satya. But if only he'd focused on how many laps the race was.
After he realised his mistake, what we saw from him was grit, willpower, determination. There was absolutely no way in his mind he could finish off the podium.
Heck, that is a forced smile from Aldi Satya Mahendra.
Yeah.
Oh, and a shake of the head. What have I done? He thought he'd won it. He raised his head, but instead the P1 goes to a first-time winner for this season. A 5th different winner in the competition in all, Hurjan Atna Ferdaus.
Well, if you're going to make a mistake like that, it's good to do it at this point in your career, rather than Alex Espargaro in MotoGP a few races ago.
Okay, let's go down to Daniel Bogas. I believe he's in the park for me, looking for some celebratory interviews.
So we're down at the park for me with Hurjan Atna Ferdaus. Hurjan, what a ride. It's been a string of good performances for you. So is your mind now on the championship or just on race by race?
Yeah, very happy today and yesterday. The guys behind me work very, very good. The mechanic, my coach also. And thank you to Astra Honda Racing Team. It's the best team I never have. Also, we try again next round. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hurjan. So now it's back to Des and Barry in the commentary box.
Race highlights of the Asia Production 250cc race number 2. Andy Mohammed Fadli, championship leader, on pole position, getting off to a steady start, as did everybody else. But the story of this would be Astra Honda domination minus Reza Danica Arons, bike number 123, second in the championship lead, in the championship standings, but would have a really, really torrid time, while his teammates, Barry Russell, were battling it out for 1-2 at the other end.
Yeah, that's right. And Reza Danica, of course, he fell back, so the championship didn't get too much change at the very top, but Aldi Satya made a very fast start and then just settled down near the front. There he is, running with Powwee, who had a good race, ended up in 5th.
It's the red and white of Astra Honda, though, bike number 21. Adananta Putra looking for a hat-trick of wins, and Hurjan Atna taking the lead. Going out of the way, though, there were 1 or 2 casualties. That's a young Irfan Heikel, who actually recovered from this gravel pit and would go on and pick up 4 championship points. But up at the front end of the pitch, the real problem was this. They come into this corner and Ayoshi is taken out. Oh, Ayoshi's now had 3 DNFs or effective DNFs in the last 3 races.
That's right.
There, he thinks he's won. 1 lap to go, and Aldi Satya goes, oh, heck, what have I done?
I think he got a signal there from Angie Setiawan, because he kind of went, punched his fist forward alongside him. And we haven't mentioned him since the finish, but this was a good result for Angie Setiawan.
He got himself into P4, but having thought he'd won once, he was unable to win it a second time. First victory instead for Herjan Atna Firdauss, and even edged out of P2 was Aldi Satya Mahendra. So a P3 for him, but a 1 and 2 for an ecstatic Astra Honda Racing Pit.
Yeah, ecstatic yesterday they were too. Another good day for them. Let's watch the body language from Aldi Satya.
Well, they say you learn from your mistakes. There's a mistake. Counting. And it'll be Indonesia Raya. That is the national anthem that will be played from the Astra Honda Racing Team. Astra Honda Racing standing very, very proudly top of the podium. Prizes for this particular event will be handed out by Stefan Krapier, the FIM Asia president. Beaming smile. Aldi, oh gosh, he'll be having nightmares about that particular result. And Stefan hands the second prize to Adnanta Putra, who really puts himself into the championship standings. Adnanta up into P3, 94 points, just 2 points behind Aldi Setya. And Herjan Atna, he's not a million miles away on 83 points. We'll get those confirmed in just a while. As Yasuhide Hirai, the MD of Yedemit Lube Malaysia, hands out the team prize. And Astra Honda Racing, well, is it mixed for them, Barry? Because the Reza Danica had such a miserable weekend, whereas Herjan Atna celebrated a win today. Adnanta Putra had a P2 today and a P1 yesterday. Aldi Satya for Yamaha, but Reza Danica's lost second place in the overall standings.
Yeah, that is a split one, but they're pleased that these young riders are coming up, and also taking some consolation in Andy Fadley's finish.
Here we are after 8 of 10 races, the championship standings. Andy Mohammed Fadley, 121 points. Adnanta Putra, 119. Followed 96 by Aldi Setya Mahendra. Reza Danica Arens, 92. Herjan Atna Firdauss, 82. Pewat, 74. Rafi Topan, 74. Ray Ratakori, 66. Okay, so this is the Sepang International Circuit. We're 3/5 of the way through a fascinating day. No, it's better than fascinating. It's a fabulous day's racing. We've had Underbones, we've had TVS One Make, we've just had a really good result for Astra Honda Racing in the AP 250s. We've still got the super bikes to come, but coming up after the next break, we've got the Super Sports 600cc. This is the 2022 Asia Road Racing Championship. See you in 2 minutes' time. Asia Road Racing Championship comes to you from Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. 5 races taking place today. We've had 3 of them, but one of them has had an amended result, which I need to tell you about. It was the Underbone 150cc, and it's reference to the man who came in 3rd place, Giancarlo Maurizio, by rider number 124. And he has been penalised by a 20-second penalty by race control. That's in race number 2. So his 3rd place has now been relegated back by 20 seconds, and that will need to be reflected in the championship standings, which you can see on the Asia Road Racing Championship. So that's the Underbone 150cc updated. Let's move on to the Super Sports 600cc, and let's have a look at what happened in race number 1 of the weekend yesterday. And in race number 1 yesterday, well, Helmi Asman is the overall championship leader, and he had to come from a long, long way down, Barry Russell, to really have any kind of a chance. But he did a pretty good job, did the bike number 32. But this will be the race that belongs to Andy Farid Izdahar of Astra Honda Racing, bike number 27.
Yeah, it was lights to flag, but only just, and there was the first lap drama that took out, I can't remember how many bikes now, 3 or 4.
Well, Randan Rosley, Furuyama, Chi Ying all went out. Fairozi, he was at the DNF, and Kito Abe as well. So some big names were taken out, and all that did was clear the way as Randan Rosley became a 5th competitor going out. All that really did was clear the way for Farid Izdahar. But there would be a phenomenal comeback from Azroy Hakim Anwar. We've got 8 laps to go. Fairozi looks glum. Boonshu Honda are really competing. Helmi Asman's got himself up into P number 2 at this stage, but it's bike number 20 who is the real story, because with 3 laps to go, he'd got himself back up into 2nd place ahead of Helmi Asman, but he was 1.8 seconds down. didn't have a chance, and then he began a charge.
Yeah, he was 1.8 seconds down. Helmi Asman going across the line with 3 laps to go in P2, but this was when Azroy made his move. As it turned out, Helmi Asman had a loose left handlebar, so that wasn't helping him.
Wow, despite that, that is incredible. By the time we got into the last lap, Helmi had caught up all of that time, and we went into the last corner where Andy Farr, who'd virtually led for 7 of the laps so far, temporarily looked like he'd lost it, and the differential as they crossed the line is 1,000th of a second in favour of Andy Farid Izdihar. No wonder they're dancing. 1,000th of a second to take the victory. Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. That was yesterday. That was the Supersport 600cc. This is the circuit. That track, you just look at the checkered lines there. That's how much the distance was between the two races yesterday. I don't mean in real life, I mean on our screen.
It was the tyres width, basically.
Incredible, incredible. Let's go down to Daniel Bokas, who I believe is down at the grid, and let's see who we can talk to.
So we're down here on the grid once again, this time for the Supersport 600 class, and we're going to talk to someone on the front row who's in a very good position to get a really good start. It's none other than Chip Nakarin. So we're going to try to get a quick word with him. So Nakarin, you're 29 points away from Helmi, and we're going to head to your home race in the next round. Do you think you can close the gap in this race?
Yeah, anyway, we don't know what happened. I still fighting always. Just try to go in front. Maybe I can catch them.
So your mind is not really in the championship, but more race by race, is it?
Yeah. Focus.
Thank you so much. Good luck. And now we're gonna head to the back a bit. We're gonna talk to none other than Mohammad Fairuzi. It's a bit of a walk, so we're just gonna have a look at all the riders as we get by. This Azroy, who had a good finish yesterday, a good battle in the race. There's Helmi Asman, our championship leader. He'll be looking to get another decent finish. But now we're going to talk to Mohammad Fairuzi. Try to get a quick word with him. So Fairuzi, yesterday there was an incident in race 1 that happened. Could you tell us a bit about what happened?
Yes, I take it in the All Rider and the Honda, and this race 2, I stay focused and I push a good start for me and get podium. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race. And now we're going to head a few places further down to a name that we don't usually see back here, and it is none other than Powwee. So Powwee, he was still 5th in the championship standings for now, but it has been a difficult week for him. So we're going to get a quick word with him if we can. So Kip, it's been a tough weekend for you so far. Can you give us an insight on what has happened and what we can expect from you in this race?
Yes, for this week I really struggle a bit. So this is the last chance in the race 2. I will try my best.
Is there any extra motivation being here in Sepang for you in this race?
Sorry?
Is there any extra motivation for you in this race since it's in your homeland?
Yes, for sure. But I will try my best and try to give everything.
All right, thank you so much, Kip. Good luck for the race. And now it's back to Des and Barry in the commentary box.
There's not a lot more Carolyn Parry can say, really. He's just got to give it his best, but he's way down. He's in P15 on the grid. He had a good time last time out at Sepang. He had a P2 and a P3, but he's had a really difficult season. Struggled in Sugo, struggled in Sepang as well, so problems for him. Yeah. No problems, though, for Andy Farid Izdihar. He is 2nd in the championship standings, within touching distance of Helmi Asman.
Yes, he is, and this could be a key day for this championship too, as we just look at Nakarena Tirapuvapat putting his helmet on. He said he's focused. He's had a string of P4s. He'll be looking to put himself back on the podium this time.
Krit Chapon in P3, lap time of 2:25.173. So the ties in 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, that was his best ever qualifying. It was on a wet track. He didn't really convert it in yesterday's race.
That's for Ratapong Gwillerov, the Yamaha Thai racer. Again, he had his best results of the season yesterday, only P6. At one stage, though, he was challenging. It'd be great to see Ratapong back in the mix again.
Just faded later, and here's the rider that really set things alight yesterday on the final lap. Fantastic performance by Azroy.
But only second. It's fantastic, but by the skin of a cigarette paper, he came into second. Irfan Ardiansa has had not a great season, no podiums, a couple of fourth places for Astra Honda Racing. And then Kito Abe be looking to finish the race today. That's objective number one for Abe. He had a podium in Sugo, but 2 DNFs in a row.
Yeah, great to see another Japanese rider in this championship, and there is championship leader Helmi Asman. You can be sure that his left handlebar will be nicely tightened up today, so he doesn't have any problems. There's a different kind of grip problem than we normally talk about.
Certainly is. It's a crazy one. Back-to-back podiums, though, for Helmi Asman, who's had 5 podiums in all. Fairozi, he was a non-finisher yesterday. Again, he's another who's really just getting used to the bigger bikes, the 600cc's. He's used to riding the underbones, effectively, and 250s in Indonesia, so the 600 is a different beast completely. Some good races here. The fact you've got Khalid and Powwee down in P15 says so much about the quality of this field.
Yeah, and the championship leader in the middle of the grid too.
Supporting this race as they have the season. The Supersport 600cc. Andy Farid Izdahar from Astra Honda Racing, looking to get in the lead in the overall championship standings. Honda Racing's Nakarin alongside him, Kritchapong from Honda Racing Thailand completing the front row.
And another Thai leading row 2, Ratapong Willarot from Azroy Hakim Anwar and Irfan Ardiansia.
On to row 3, Kito Abe. Looking forward to seeing if Abe for Bunshu Honda, Helmi Asman is in P7. Fairozi in P8, and 9 is Ibrahim Noruddin. Where's Abe gone?
And 10th, while we wait for the answer to that question, Galang Hendra Pratama. 11th, Ramdan Rosley. He could do with the finish today. And 12th, Kondanai Kiao.
On to the 5th row of the grid. You've got Furuyama, Carol Idem Powwee, Chang Chi-yang, and Nakarin from... Well, 2 Nakarins. That doesn't work out. So that's where Kito Abe is. He's hidden behind the face of Nakarin, and he's in P7.
Yeah, it will all come through, but yeah, you're right, Des. Kito Abe is leading row 3.
Yes, I am checking he is there. Because we interviewed him. He's got to be there.
Kito Abe seems to be settling well in the 1XOX team. Saw him celebrating with the riders after the Underbone result, which was phenomenal for that team. The question here, the key question is, can anybody get off the line ahead of Andy Farid Izdihar? There's Zulfani Karadin, the boss there of SIC Racing, which, as you might guess, belongs to this circuit.
Ibrahim Noruddin is looking to build on yesterday's P5. He had a race win when the series was at Sepang earlier on in this year, in May.
Yeah, he was formidable that time out. This time he hasn't had the same presence for whatever reason, but he came good late in the race.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah, he did. He had a charge, didn't he? And he'll be hoping that he can start off just a little bit better. So Ibrahim Noruddin, keep an eye out for him, bike 66. Keep an eye out for Azroy Hakim Anwar on the Bunshu Honda bike number 20. Keep an eye out for the likes of Ratapong, who's due a decent result on the Yamaha. Keep an eye out for Helmi Asman on bike number 32, the championship leader.
There's plenty of depth in this field.
It is. It's a really strong field. You look down, 600cc's at the overall championship standings. Well, Azroy Hakim is 5th on 75 points, but he's only 3 points adrift of Ibrahim Noruddin for a place in the top 3. The championship seems to be likely to be between Helmi Asman and Andy Farid Izdahar.
Yeah, Andy Farid slipped off twice and scored low points in 2 races, but credit to Helmi, who's been phenomenal this year.
So Andy Farr on the right of your screen, he is the man to keep an eye out on. Also in the middle, bike number 20, Azroy Hakim. When the red lights go off, we are underway. Supersport 600cc, race number 2 of the weekend. Championship leader Helmi Asman has got off to a solid start. Andy Farr, he stays wide, everybody else comes tight. As they come into the first corner, Andy Farr will be a little bit beyond. There's a crash. Oh, it's a big crash. Is it Andy Farr?
It is Andy Farr.
It's one of the Astra Hondas.
And Ratapong is the other one.
Willerot. So Andy Farr is out and Ratapong Willerot just behind him. And that opens up the whole championship for Helmi Asman.
And the man at the front there is Azroy Hakim Anwar.
They are in shock in the Astra Honda pit lane. Andy Farr is trying to get back up. And the camera view, we saw it, he just cuts into him. Ratapong catches the back wheel and they both somersault off their machines.
Yeah, he was closing in. He didn't know Ratapong's front wheel was there, and that was it.
Wow. Racing. And in the meantime, Azroy Hakim Anwar has got himself into the lead, and he's taken Chip Nakarin with him.
Yeah, Chip made a good start. He was the fastest rider off the line. Somehow Andy Farr has got that bike moving again.
There's a lot of debris on there, but it's moving. So he'll be looking, hoping beyond hope they can actually pick up a point of some description. But my word, you just try and rescue whatever you can in that kind of circumstance, even if he's able to pick up a single point. But in the meantime, it's an opportunity for Helmi Asman to increase his lead at the top of the overall standings. But Helmi, he is back down in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, ninth place at the moment.
Yeah, long way back. He's trying to make himself, push himself up the order. He's just behind Ibrahim Noureddin there.
Azroy Hakim 1, Nakarin 2. Coming through in 3 is Kritchipon. So it's looking good for Thai Honda. Irfan Ardiansa, Ramdan Rosley, Ibrahim Noureddin in 6, Galang Hendra, Helmi Asman and Karolidon Powwee. He's benefited, he's up into the top 9, and we spoke about how Karolidon Powwee needed a good day just to rescue a wretched weekend.
Yes, he does. Irfan Ardiansa is there. He's just moved. He just moved ahead of. Is that Kritchipon? Yeah, he's just moved ahead of Kritchipon.
Helmi Asman's made a move up into P6. I can tell you Andy Farr is 1 lap down, but he is racing. But he is in 15th place, so long as he finishes, he will pick up a point, maybe 2 if he can catch up with Chanti Ying or even Kondanai.
And that would be the 3rd time this 3rd race this season that he's come off, got back on to score low points.
Wow, there's a lot of debris there. And he's
coming in.
He's coming in.
He will score points anyway.
I'm assuming he's not going to retire. I'm assuming he's just after some repairs there. And then he'll get back out onto the circuit.
Yeah, I didn't see whether he was shown a technical flag to go in, but there was stuff looking a little bit alarming flapping off the back of his bike.
And this is panic stations as they try to rebuild the bike, and he gets new gloves on. Because it was quite a hefty old crash for him, Andy Farr. This is mid-race for yesterday's race winner. Yeah, new helmet.
You can see Astra Honda, they've got everything in mind, haven't they? Safety of the rider, real model team that. But at the front, Azroy has got Nakarin in his tracks, although Azroy's lead is reasonably safe at the moment.
Helmi Asman has got himself up into P5. We're focused on Helmi, bike 32, because the Malaysian, Mabunshu Honda, is the championship leader. And P5, at the moment, it's 11 points. Andy Farr will pick up 1, maybe 2, so long as he gets that back out on the circuit. So Helmi will be looking to capitalise as much as humanly possible. He's got Irfan Ardiansa from Astra Honda right on his back wheel.
Yeah, that was a quick lap for Helmi Asman. Ibrahim Noureddin pushed himself into P3 as we watch Andy Farid get ready to go out again. Lost a few layers off those leathers as well. Chip Nakarin's doing a good job of staying with the pace of Azroy, and Helmi Asman now in the tracks of his contemporary Ibrahim Noureddin and going through, or is he?
Tried to, we're on board with Ibrahim Noureddin. All he's got is tarmac ahead of him, and he cuts into the corner, so Ibrahim Noureddin has indeed just got ahead of Helmi Asman. Noureddin in P3. Yeah, that's the race behind the two, and so Andy Farr cannot win this race. Of course he cannot, not from a lap down. And please don't get a speeding in the pit lane penalty.
Yeah, and he will get a point just by virtue of how many riders are left.
Yes.
In here, Helmi pushing Ibrahim Noureddin really hard. You have to think that Helmi's going to get through at some point, but we know how good Ibrahim is around here. He hasn't been good so far this weekend.
These guys are around 2 seconds down on Nakarin in P2, who himself is a second down on Azroy Hakim.
Apart from these two, the race, the front of the race anyway, is very spread out, as Ibrahim has a look back at Helmi, but Chip Nakarin has fallen a long way off the back of Azroy. This does look like Azroy's race to lose, but Helmi's looking determined. He got a podium yesterday.
Lovely slide through by Helmi.
Yeah.
As they come down the home straight, great shot of the home straight. On board with Ibrahim Noureddin, who himself was unable to race because he picked up a concussion in qualification in Sugo, so he had 2 did not starts in Sugo.
Yeah.
Just looking to try to rebuild his championship challenge. He's in P4 in the overall championship standing, 78 points. So he won't be thrilled that Helmi Asman has been able to pick his way ahead of him.
That was fastest lap for Helmi too, and I wouldn't be surprised if he posts another one on this time around, because he's got Nakarin in his sights at the moment.
Here is Nakarin, P2 for the Honda Racing Thailand racer. Chip Nakarin, 3rd in the championship standing, just 1 podium, 4 consecutive 4th place finishes for Chip Nakarin. At the moment he's in P2, but this is a determined and a closing in are Helmi Asman, and Ibrahim Noureddin is taking the ride alongside the back of Helmi Asman.
Yes, he is. He hasn't been dropped by Helmi at all. Hopefully they'll be working, probably they'll be working together.
In a strictly neutral, hopefully.
In a strictly neutral, yeah. It does slip out sometimes, doesn't it?
Helmi Asman leads up the hill. That's turn 9 and the right-hand turn 10. On board with Noureddin. Noureddin's P4. He's the dark red behind the white of Helmi Asman on the Boonshu Honda. And they're chasing the Honda Racing Thailand all red. And that gap is visually significantly less than it was. And I think poor old Chip Nakarin is going to find himself in a 3-way battle for P2 in a moment.
I think you're right. And Helmi very quick through Sector 3. They're of course in Sector 4 now. And as you said, there's the gap is visibly closing. Azroy still looking safe at the front. Helmi pushing really hard as he gets the scent of Nakarin in his nostrils.
So Azroy goes over the line in 1st place. His lead is 1.8 seconds from Chip Nakarin, but Helmi and Ibrahim are right on the tail of Chip Nakarin. Supersport 600cc Asia Road Racing Championship, race 8 of 10 of the season. We are approaching, well, we're just beyond 1/3 of the way through. We've had already Andy Farid Izdahar taken out in spectacular, unfortunate fashion by Ratapong Willarop. Ratapong is out. We hope he's all right. Andy Farid came in for emergency repairs as Helmi goes through on Chip Nakarin to take P2, although Chip isn't giving it up easily.
No, he won't. Focus, he said on the grid, focus on the race. But I think he's going to have trouble stopping Helmi Asman.
P2 it is for Helmi Asman, Boonshu Honda, 1 and 2 in the Supersport 600. In days gone past, how frequently that was the situation. But the next generation now, Helmi and Azroy Hakim. Azroy looking to build on back-to-back P2s. Helmi Asman looking to build on a championship lead, but Chip Nakarin has not been dropped, and neither has Ibrahim Noradin. And we are expecting Ibrahim to, at some stage, make a surge like he did yesterday. He's just in a much better place to make that surge today, Barry Russell.
Yes, he is. But yeah, as you said, Des, we're about to be treated to a three-way battle for P2. This will, of course, help the man at the front, Azroy Hakim Anwar, who lost yesterday's race by 1,000th.
It's still hard to believe. Ibrahim Noradin in P4.
Yeah, and Ibrahim, we're moving into the part of the race where Ibrahim often seems to come through strongly.
Well, the differential at the end of the previous lap was 1.8 seconds. Again, visually, this looks to have really been brought a lot closer. And Azroy Hakim, who's been in the lead for a long time, I'd be surprised if it's 1.8 seconds again. We will find out, and it is 1.8 seconds. Okay, well done, Azroy. 1.79 to be precise.
Yeah, let's just give those glasses another polish. I thought the same thing.
But you accelerate out of the hairpin, and depends what kind of a slingshot that you can get.
Yeah, it's the concertina effect, isn't it?
Boonshu Honda 1 and 2. Azroy Hakim Anwar, Helmi Asman, bike number 20, bike number 32. Right behind them, Chip Nakarin in Honda Racing Thailand, and followed by SIC Racing. I can tell you Irfan Ardiansa is in 6. Karolidan Powwee has got himself into the top 6 as well. Pritchapon and Galang Hendra and Fairozi have dropped down. Andy Farid is out on the track, but in P15.
Yeah, a little surprised to see Kito Abe down in 11th as we look further down. But you can see how hard Helmi Asman's working now to try to drop the two riders behind him. It's a Honda 1, 2, 3, Yamaha 4, and then we're back to Hondas.
5 laps to go. Coming up the hill once again. Very consistent from Azroy Hakim. His last lap time was a 2:10.6. The one before that a 2:10.9. The one before that a 2:10.8. So really consistent work from Azroy Hakim Anwar. When you're on your own, it can sometimes be a little bit difficult just to actually get your metronomic lap times coming in, but it looks like Azroy's been able to do that.
I think he has, and but he's not as close in the championship because he missed the first round in Buriram when he was caught by the plague, let's say, as a few of us have been this season.
COVID's sporting victim. Now this time, visually, our eyes surely are not deceiving us. It was 1.8 seconds last time out. Well, the two Boonshu Hondas are close. Well focused on Chip Nakarin at the front, though. The gap is down to a second. That's a 2:10.1 by Helmi. Azroy, again, metronomically consistent at 2:10.8. He's been very good. Just 2/10ths difference on each of his last 4 laps from Azroy Hakim.
Yeah, he is good. We often talk about how what an accomplished rider Helmi Asman has become, but Azroy has been really consistent this season. Unfortunate for him, missing 2 races, sorry.
Helmi closing in. Ibrahim Noradin had a little look around the inside of Chip Nakarin. Big back wheel as Nakarin looks over his shoulder. We are on board here with Ibrahim Noradin. Nice and tight as team manager Zul looks on for SIC ZK Racing. There's his man, bike number 66. And slides through on the inside. There's Ibrahim Noradin. Perfect timing. The race director clearly saw something that Noradin was looking to make the move. And Noradin is in P3. Up the hill once again. Next, he's really got to try to get close to the Boonshu Hondas. What's Chip Nakarin got left for him, Barry Russell?
I don't think he has. I think Ibrahim has got the pace. We've seen a few times at Sepang, including the last round, where Ibrahim has been really strong in the later stages of the race. And I think we're going to see it again. Meanwhile, at the front,
Helmi.
Azroy, Azroy's getting a taste of his own medicine. And what he was dished out to Andy Farid yesterday, his own teammate is coming back with a few spoonfuls this time.
Certainly is, and there is the Honda team looking on approvingly. Azroy Hakim, Helmi Asman, now it's a battle. And Helmi has indeed done exactly to Azroy what Azroy did to Andy Farid yesterday.
Yeah, we've got a longer stretch to go, however, but
he's made up half a second. Again, real credit to Azroy Hakim. He's posted another 2:10.4, but it's a 2:09.8, 2:09.8 from Helmi Asman, fastest lap of the race.
yeah, no surprise, he keeps bringing it down. That's Helmi's pit board there.
Big thumbs up.
I think he's got all the information he needs if he just looks in front of him.
How long have emojis been in motor racing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Helmi in P2. This is now bubbling up to be a really good battle. What's the difference? They're nearly 2 seconds ahead of Ibrahim Noureddin. Has Ibrahim got enough time to maybe pull close to these two? Nakarin certainly has been dropped. Karolidin Powwee has got himself up into P5, just to mention it. So Bunchu Honda, 1, 2 and 5.
Yeah, better for Kip. Good to see him further up this time. But look at Helmi Asman stalking his teammate and good friend.
He'll be very, very aware, I think. He will have been told by his pit crew that Andy Farid is only going to pick up 1 point because of that first corner accident involving Ratapong Guilaroc. Helmi, bike 32. Azroy Hakim, bike 20. Teammates, countrymen, friends.
Yeah, you won't see anything untoward in this battle. And there's no real mathematical need, I wouldn't say, given where Andy Farid is, for Azroy to give way. So I don't think we're going to see anything like that, but I think Helmi might just grab it by being a bit quicker.
Again, as we come round the corner, there will be 2 laps to go. 8 laps completed. It was 0.4 of a second last time. This time, it's 0.2 of a second. Again, the lap time from Azroy Hakim, 2:10.6. His last 5 lap times, 10.6, 10.6, 10.8, 10.4, 10.6.
Yeah, quality rider.
Ibrahim, he posted a quickish time, a 2:10.222. So he's made up 2/10 as well. He was nearly 2 seconds down. He's now 1.5 seconds down. So he's shaken off Chip Nakarin as the Honda team look on. I'm not sure if that's a look of admiration or anxiety.
Well, I was wondering whether he was looking at the sky or looking at the timing screen. Probably the timing screen.
But it's worth looking at the sky with the next races coming in, because it is closing just a little bit.
Yeah.
That is still to come. Won't impact this race though. Championship leader, 32, Helmi Asman, on the tail of his teammate, Azroy Hakim. Further down, Ibrahim Noureddin in 3, Nakarin in 4. Karolidin Powwee in 5, Irfan Ardiansa 6, Galan Hendra 7, Pritchapon and Fairozi. When, if any time, will this move be made? There's a full lap plus this final part of the penultimate lap to go, and he'll get a big drag down the back straight.
Yeah, this is, you might see something decisive here. So far it's been fairly polite formation flying from these two as they come onto the back straight. Let's see what happens as Helmi gets the toe.
Behind them, Ibrahim Noureddin. He looks closer than he actually is there. He doesn't make the move, Helmi. Is he going to wait until the final stages, to the final corner?
It looks like that's what he's going to do, because he could have been more aggressive there.
Azroy Hakim Anwar, P2 yesterday by the width of a wheel. P1 at the moment with 1 lap to go. Helmi Asman makes his move into turn number 1. Now, how does Azroy Hakim Anwar retaliate, or does he retaliate?
Yeah, nice move by Helmi. He closed off the switchback as we look at the emoji again. Oh, come on, guys.
It's Helmi Asman looking for maximum points. Andy Farid will only pick up 1 point, so Helmi could well extend his lead at the overall championship standings here.
It's not done yet, because Azroy has put himself back in front. What a battle this is. You know it's going to be clean, but my goodness, it's close.
I wasn't expecting that. I really wasn't. I was thinking that now, once it got in front, Azroy would let that carry on, but Helmi says, no, 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 it's my go. Azroy says, no, it's mine. These two are genuinely competing.
Yeah.
Please, guys, do not take each other out on the hairpin.
You have to think they won't.
Helmi retakes the lead. That's Helmi, then Azroy, then Helmi, then Azroy. They're enjoying the racing. Of course they are. And Azroy back in front again. Look over the shoulder from Helmi. Is Ibrahim Noureddin closing in? The answer is not to really worry about.
It is just with these two, and it's just going to happen at the final turn.
Who's going to get in the best position to get the toe down the final straight? It'll be Helmi who gets the toe, but who's going to have pole position when it comes to the final corner? Azroy goes wide, Helmi stays narrow. Helmi late on the brakes. Azroy, has he been able to hold it? Azroy Hakim Anwar has been able to hold it, and Azroy Hakim Anwar says, I've got this one, my teammate. Azroy takes it from Helmi Asman. Coming in third is Ibrahim Noureddin from Chip Nakarin. Khalid and Powwee makes it a 1-2-5 for Boonshu Honda. Cheeky chappy, but it's a really good weekend for Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Yeah, he is a cheeky chappy, Azroy, and that was before he reached the line. I mean, given what we've seen so far with riders being so close and suddenly grabbing right on the line, he had the confidence to look round and give that sign. But you've got to be happy for him after what happened yesterday. And here's yesterday's race winner, trundling round there in P15. Andy Farid, as for the third time this season, has crashed, got back on the bike and brought it home to collect some points. And we know at the end of the season, those can count.
How many points will it be? It'll only just be a single point, but they are the Azroy Hakim taking the victory. Seem to enjoy that. Helmi Asman will lead by 32 points from Andy Farid Izdar as they go into the final 2 races of the season. Andy Farid, who was taken out, a triple thumbs up. 27, Andy Farid will pick up points because he's on the bike, he will finish.
Yeah, after his crash in Sugo, he picked up 2 points. After his crash in Buriram, he picked up 4 points. So that's 7 points he's picked up when the chips have been down.
Talking of chips, Chip Nakarin picked up a 5th consecutive 4th place.
Yeah, maybe he'll change his race number. His race number is 41.
Well, it was a worrying start for Andy Farid Izdar. He did get up and managed to pick up a single point. As the celebrations, the wheelies come from the race winner, Azroy Hakim Anwar, who took it by 1/10 of a second from Helmi Asman. Ibrahim Noureddin 1.5 seconds down on Helmi for P3. Good podium for Noureddin. It's his 4th podium of the season. Chip Nakarin, another P5. Khalid and Powwee, some redemption for the weekend ahead of Irfan Ardiensa, Galanghendra and Kritchaporn for Honda Racing Thailand down in P8, 20 seconds adrift of the race winner. Kito Abe did start, he did finish, but didn't really feature. Finished ahead of Fairosi, ahead of Ramdan Rosley, ahead of Kondanai. Furuyama for Victor Racing Team, 50 seconds down. Chi Ying in P14 on the Kawasaki Ninja. And Andy Farid Izdar will pick up a point. You never know, that might help Ratapong Guillerot He didn't get up after that crash earlier on. We hope he's okay. We haven't heard anything untoward, but again, it's another disappointing day for Ratapong Willarat and Yamaha Thailand.
And just before we go to the podium, sorry Des, go to the results.
Park Ferme, it will be. It was a cheeky little look over the shoulder though from Azroy Hakim.
It was.
If to say to his teammate, I got you this time, son, I got you this time.
Well, it's great for Azroy and it's great for Helmi for this championship. I'm sure everybody around the ARC will be happy with that.
But in the end, there's still 32 points, the difference between Helmi Asman and Andy Farid, just to be confirmed, going into the final 2 races of the season in Buriram. Imagine if Helmi gets 2P6s or something, and Andy Farid gets up a couple of wins. Or the championship is decided by 3 points or 2 points. How significant that could become.
Absolutely right. He's got some grit, and he's not only fast when the chips are down, he stop saying chips, but when it goes against him, you know he can dig in. He was in a little bit of pain when he got back on the bike. New helmet, new gloves, hugs from the marshals for the local hero, Azroy Hakim Anwar. The Boonshu Honda team wait for their guys to come into Park Ferme. Adam Norodin is already in there.
Happy with the wheelies, happy with the result, happy with the victory.
Yeah, Poe going down pit lane.
Ibrahim Norodin for SIC Racing. Again, he'll be happy to actually get back on the bike and have a 27-point weekend for him. But Azroy Hakim, he moves into contention in some ways. He'll move into the 4th. And even more good news in the Moto2 taking place next week here at Sepang. Azroy and Kazma Daniel have been selected as wildcards. So, double reason to celebrate. Race highlights from the Supersports 600, and it's an explosive start. Have a look at the blue bike of Ratapong Willarat. Center of your screen there, taking out Andy Farid Izdaha. That's on the very, very first corner. Ratapong would not get up from that accident. He would not complete the race. Andy Farid would somehow, despite the consternation of his crew, rescue a single point from that. But where's the fault for that? Is that Andy Farid just turning into Ratapong?
I put it down as a racing incident. They were turning in, first corner. These things can happen.
With the damage on his bike, having got up, he managed to rescue something which could, at the end of the season, be so important, but he's now done it 3 times, Andy Farid. He's fallen off or been taken out on 3 occasions. Each time he's rescued something, but once, twice, 3 times, far too many. In the meantime, there was a good battle going on for P3 between SIC Racing, Ibrahim Norodin under the watchful eye of Zul, and he got ahead of Chip Nakarim. But the real battle that we focused on was the one between number 20, Azroy Hakim Anwar, and his teammate and the championship leader, Helmi Asman. Who shall win this one? Well, they alternated multiple times on the final lap.
That was a nice final lap, wasn't it? It was really clean, but it was gripping, and you just didn't know until they exited turn 15 what was going to happen.
There, 32, Helmi Asman looks like he's going to go up the hill. Again, I don't think even in the Boonshu Honda garage they know what's going to happen, but Azroy, he just is able to hold it tight. It's so important to get a good drive out of that corner. He accelerates down the hill, is able to hold on, says to his friends, ha ha ha. I don't know what he said to his friend, but he's taken the victory.
Yeah, he really knew he had it. He got such a good drive out of turn 15. He knew nobody was going to catch him.
Onto the podium. Well done, Ibrahim Norodin. I think that's a great recovery after the concussion that he had in Sugo. And it keeps him in contention for a top 3 spot in the overall championship standings.
P2 and P1 for Azroy.
Great weekend for him. Great moment for Azroy Hakim Anwar. Plus that wild card selection for the Moto2 next week as well. He'll be going in full of confidence as Yasuhide Hirai, Managing Director of Idemitsu Lube Malaysia, hands out the prizes to Ibrahim Noruddin. Big smile from the SIC racer. But Bunshu Honda back on the top of the podium, Barry.
Yeah, yesterday it was a P2 and P3 for Bunshu Honda. Today it's a P1 and P2. Great weekend for them.
So the team award will be handed out by Stefan Krapier, the FIM Asia president. There's Stefan, always a smile. I'm not surprised because there's been some really good racing, but that was a dramatic opening corner that could have such a major impact on the overall championship standings. But it's good news for Helmi Asman, even better news for Azroy Hakim. Add in the Moto2 wildcard next week. And Ibrahim Noruddin, delighted to have you back after your injury. So all is looking good. And in the overall championship standings, well, it's looking as competitive as you would expect. But Helmi Asman has taken a significant step towards the title. A 32-point lead over Andy Farid, who's got a 4-point lead over Chip Nakarin. Really good season from Chip Nakarin. And Azroy Hakim moves into 3 figures for Bunshu Honda on 100 points in P4. Ibrahim Noruddin not too far away on 94. Caroline Powwee's picked up 88 points over an iffy season from Ardiansa and Galang Hendra from Astra Honda Racing. Yamaha Racing Indonesia down in 7th and 8th. Okay, I think we're going to go to the podium to get some reaction from that victory for Bunshu Honda. And hopefully Daniel Bogas is ready, microphone in hand.
So we're up here at the podium with the race winner for the Super Sport 600, Azroy Hakim Anwar. So needless to say, brilliant race from you. But I want to ask, what was that you were showing to Helmi?
Today I finished second. Today I want to win. No matter how, I want to win. Yeah, Alhamdulillah, syukur. I know last 3 laps Helmi already behind me, and I just try ride like normal. Then last lap Helmi start to attack, and I know I thought this is MSBK or what. I already how he ride, and also I try to pass him, and then he passed me back. I pass him back. Then in last corner I try my maximum. So I'm very happy to win this race.
Thank you so much, Azrai. Congratulations, and it's now back to Desmond.
Thank you.
To be fair, after coming so close yesterday, it is good to see him win. So Azrai Hakim Anwar moves on to 3 figures and takes the victory and has a really good weekend. Right, so we've had 4 of 5 races, each one with a great narrative. And there's one more narrative still to come as the big boys, the superbikes, the 1000 cc's, they take to the track next for the final race of a fabulous weekend here at the Sepang International Circuit. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships 2022, round 4 of 5. One more race to come. Welcome back to the final act of the 4th round of the Asian Road Racing Championships 2022. We're at the Sepang International Circuit. Des Corkill here alongside Barry Russell, guiding you through the last of the races. Looking up the clouds, there is no rain, which is a big relief for the riders, because when they raced race 1 yesterday, rain, or the prospect of rain, caused chaos. These are the highlights of race 1 yesterday, and having a wet race called, a lot of the races actually changed to dry slicks because the rain didn't come down, Barry Russell, and it caused all kinds of problems.
Yeah, and there were only 4 riders out on slicks, as it turned out, and so of course that means that there you see Apiwat scampering away in the early stages, initially left behind Anupab Samoon, but he would catch up. Adam Noruddin, number 72. Sorry, we're looking at
well, this is
Aslan.
Aslan Shah, who actually was meant to have started from the back of the grid, started in his place on the grid, got penalised, had to do a ride-through penalty. But because he was on dry tyres, he was able to scoot back and actually pick up a P4 despite a ride-through penalty. That's the difference between a slick tyre and a wet tyre on a dry track.
That's absolutely right. So the fact about this race was that really the scene was set while they were still in the pits before they made the grid. Yuki Ito was on wet tyres, as was his teammate Kazma Daniel, who's much fancied for the win after being dominant most of this race meeting. And there's Anupab Samoon going ahead with just 1 lap to go. It was very close between these two, and you didn't know how to call it. Close in the championship, close friends, bikes the same, How do you choose between them?
Well, in the end, it was bike number 500, Anupab Sarmoon, as they came into the final corner, who was trailing in second place coming into it, but then is just able to accelerate ahead of Apiwat. So the dry weather tyre decision pays off handsomely for Yamaha talent. Anupab, number 500, takes the win. Apiwat in P2. Aslan Shah Kamrazan would come in P4. Adam Noruddin thankfully recovered from injury in P3. Those who chose dry chose correctly. So we were looking up the clouds. A wet race was announced yesterday. There will not be rain today. There was a threat of it earlier on, but it looks like it's going to stay off until later in the day anyway. We're going around the Sepang International Circuit in Selangor, just to the south of Kuala Lumpur, the capital city. And let's go down a little bit further south, down onto the racetrack itself, where Daniel Bogers hopefully will get us some inside information from the racers.
So we're down here at the grid for the ASB 1000 final race of round 4 before we head to Thailand for the final round of the Asia Racing Championship. And while we're where we are standing, we're going to head over to the rider closest to us, and that is Aslan Shah Kamrazan, who had a stellar performance yesterday in the race in a very awkward situation. So Aslan, brilliant job on the slicks in a very weird track that it was. Right now the track condition is dry, not the wet track that you hoped for.
Yep.
But what do you hope to bring now in this race in front of the home crowd?
You know, it's been a tough year, and of course, yesterday was my best finish for this year. And today race, I hope I can keep the pace on with the top guy. And if I can keep the pace with top guy, I will do my job.
You'll do your job, and I do believe that. Good luck for the race coming up. Now we're going to head a couple of places down to P9. This is Zakwan Zaidi, of course, a very familiar name in this championship. He's getting ready to battle and tussle it out from row 3. And now we're going to head to Gary Salim. So, Gary, you were P10 in yesterday's race, and it's been a bit of a difficult round so far for you. How do you feel now going into this race, and what can we expect?
Yeah, so I hope this weather not change, and we will have a good race in this race too.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race. And now we're going to head a few rows back, and it's going to be a bit of a walk, so we're just going to take a quick look at some of the riders. And that's Adam Noruddin, who was in the heroic slick tires as well and managed to get a podium. It's a brilliant ride by him. And then now back here, we're at the other end of the grid. You see one of the Yemeni riders, Osama Mariai. You can see as well Oka Bang there, one of the old school riders from Malaysia. And now we're going to head to the number 88, Shukri Madzuki. And we're going to ask his team a couple of questions real quick. We're going to ask, so I'll ask the question in Malay and I'll translate it, the question and the answer. So we're going to ask him a quick question. So sekarang ni abang tengah atas grid dengan rider-rider Asia. Rasa macam ada different experience tak dengan rider macam ni?
Setakat yang round semalam memang kita dapat perbezaan lah daripada race MSBK semua kan. So kita dapat belajar dengan Asia punya line semua. So bagi saya satu pengalaman yang bagus lah.
So team manager, kita nak tanya lagi satu question. So sekarang ni ini first time sekali team abang masuk dalam championship Asia. Yes. Ada difference in preparation ke tak?
Preparation actually sebenarnya kita orang gunakan this wildcard punya peluang untuk improve our team, and then our rider pun sekarang ni nampak dia lagi improve, and maybe insyaAllah by next year kalau ada rezeki boleh masuk lagi ke on the RRC.
Alright, thank you so much. So the translation for what the question was asked was for both the team and the manager and the rider, whether it was different, whether it was a different experience coming into the Asian round. And yeah, basically what they said was it was an improvement. They managed to learn some things from all the riders and the other teams in front of us. So it's an interesting grid walk that we've had. And now it's back to Des and Barry in the commentary box.
Good work with the translation skills there. And there are an awful lot of wildcard races in this ARRC final round, the superbikes. which can add one or two complications. But to be fair, those who were being lapped yesterday in the wet weather, they got out of the way pretty quickly.
Yeah, they did. Good marshalling and good riding too by the wildcards.
Onto the grid itself, let's have a little look at how they will be lining up. And it seems a long time ago, but Kazma Daniel was on pole when qualification took place. And Yuki Ito, who's not had the greatest of seasons, gives us a very classy introduction, does Yuki. It's about time Yuki got some positions, huh?
Yes, it is. Hopefully he'll do it today. He enjoys wet weather, so he's just dousing himself down. Maybe that'll psych him up for the race.
Then
the cameraman's getting slightly distracted there, but we're going to Apiwat Wongtananon, who's on the outside of the front row.
Yamaha Thai racer, and second yesterday. You look at that, that's a really consistent season, not being out the top 5 other than when he didn't finish in Sugo in the first race. So Apiwat Wongtanan has a chance of making it into the top part of the championship. In fact, on 96 points, yeah, we could well come into the top 3. Here is our championship leader, though, by 10 points clear, Haruki Noguchi. P11 yesterday, tough day at the office.
Yeah, it was a rough day for him. He was, of course, one of the riders on wet tyres and didn't look comfortable in the damp conditions earlier either.
Famous wildcard Suda for the Suzuki racing team. And qualified 5th fastest, and next to Suda we've got Pasowit, and Pasowit is another who hasn't really been able to produce the big results that we expected of him. And just as we're talking about this, you've been given some information about the tyre selection. Everybody's going to be obviously on racing tyres as we look at Zakwan Zaidi, who's a little bit too far down the grid for his liking. But give us some of the news on the tyre selection.
Yeah, so we've got the 2 teammates, Kazma and Yuki, on 1 and 2. They're running hard fronts and medium rears. Apiwat and yesterday's race winner, Anupab. Oh, they're running different tyres. So Anupab's running mediums, Apiwat running a soft rear. Suda, the experienced Japanese, running a soft rear. Those are the only 2. Everybody else is running mediums. So just differences in the front runners. Haruki Noguchi, medium.
Interesting. Okay. Further down, this is yesterday's race winner, Anupab Samu. And so, as you said, he has taken a different selection from Apiwat. He's got medium front, medium rear tyres. And if you've got soft compounds like Apiwat has got on his back tyre, you've just got to protect it.
Yeah, Anupab uses the rear, steers more with the rear tyre as well. Nice hat.
P3 for Adam Norodin yesterday. And alongside Norodin, on the 3rd row of the grid, we have got
that's Badrul.
Farid Badrul Hisham on the BMW. The BMW hasn't performed really as we would have hoped it. The big beast, it hasn't really taken to it. Now the Ducati, which was part of the series earlier on, but the Ducatis aren't on board today.
It does seem that the Japanese bikes are better out of the box than the European ones. The previous BMW was pretty quick,
yeah,
but
true.
This new version, difficult to set up.
Onto the wildcards, we had Raja Nazim Iskander. This is Osama Mare on the Yamaha. There is a domestic MSBK championship going on, so they're wildcards, but they're also competing in a championship. And it's the final round of the season for the Malaysia Superbikes Championship. So there's plenty of competition going down the line, not only in the ARRC. There's Tiwi Jin, wildcard again on a Suzuki. It's good to see these championships ongoing. We mentioned earlier on one of the TVS racers had given up the opportunity to race in the Australian Superbikes Championship to come here. So there's an awful lot of racing competing for the same track time at the moment.
Yeah, happily there's a lot of racing around the world, and it's good for these riders to push themselves into a really high quality field like this one.
19 starters on the grid. We are behind there, Teo Yujo. And
3-minute board will have been shown because the grid is being cleared now. That's 3 minutes to the warm-up lap.
Yesterday was such an unusual race because it was called a wet race and then the rain didn't materialise. Some of the teams changed to dry weather. Some of them did not think that the rules allowed them to change to dry weather, and a wet weather race being declared meant they had to go wet weather tyres. So race control had to deal with 1 or 2 protests yesterday. But the rules are pretty clear, actually. I had a chance to look at them all.
Just looking through the centre of the shot, there is Haruki Noguchi. He'll certainly be pleased that it's dry.
Bike 73, yeah. He's had a great season.
Oh, hasn't he? Championship leader. 3 wins on the bounce before coming here, and then yesterday, of course, that rather disappointing P11 for him. But he, as the skies cleared, I had a quick chat with him in pit lane. He was looking back to his old self. Zakwan Zaidi we haven't seen yet.
Well, he is out there. He was just late getting onto his bike, but he had a P8 yesterday, Zakwan. And Zakwan is second in the championship standings, but a P4 in Sugo after a couple of podiums. He started the season with a win in Buriram. Has had 3 P2s and 2 P3s since then, but he's kind of 10 points off the pace being set by Haruki Noguchi.
Yeah, not quite in harmony yet with that new CBR 1000 RRR.
Formation lap ahead of the ASB 1000, and the starting grid has Kazma Daniel on pole, Yamaha Gem Blue. Alongside him, Yuki Ito, Yamaha Gem Blue Racing ASEAN. Apiwat Wang Tanan, second yesterday for Yamaha Tyler Racing.
And leading row 2 is championship leader Haruki Noguchi from Takuya Suda and Pasuit Titiwararak. Good qualifying from him.
On to the third row of the grid, Aslan Shah Kamrazaman on the BMW for 1X2X TKR Racing Team. Best result of the season for him yesterday. Alongside Zakwan Zaidi in P8 and Gary Salim in P9 for Honda Asia Dream Racing.
Anupab Samoon, yesterday's race winner in P10, ahead of Adam Noradin, who finished third yesterday, and Farid Badrul Hisham.
Horizon Racing's Farid Badrul. And then we have the wildcards led by Rajan Nazim Iskander from Savitar Racing, his teammate Osama Mare. Alongside them for Mobile Hub Suzuki Racing is Tiwi Jin.
And row 6, the last row, Michael Luke Stone. Next to him, Kuchi Yen and Siyukri Matzoki.
Shukri.
How am I doing, Des?
Yo Joe is there for Savitar Racing. I'll let you struggle on that one.
I'll get my coat.
But they are the wild cards. They are the guys also in the Malaysia Superbikes Championships. But our focus will be to see if Zakwan can get over what's been a horrid couple of days for him. If Haruki Noguchi can recover from yesterday's P11, but it was kind of an enforced P11 because he was on wet weather tyres in a dry weather race. To see if the Yamahas of Anupab and Apiwat 524 can build on yesterday. Also, if Kazma Daniel can capitalise on pole position. Kazma also has got the bonus of being a wild card at the Moto2 Championships when MotoGP comes to Sepang in a couple of weeks' time.
Indeed. Yeah, so that will have given him a morale boost. Not that he particularly needed it. He really is on fine form at the moment. Really happy with his personal form, really happy with the team, really happy with the bike. He's going to take some stopping.
So Kazma Daniel want to look out for. He'll be on pole position. Haruki Noguchi, bike 73, the championship leader. And 21, Zakwan Zaidi is the man in the picture, and he loves this Honda CBR 1000 RRR, but he says he's not in love with it this weekend. He just hasn't got the feeling right, whereas Aslan Shah, well, will be competitive. Grid is just about ready to go. ASB Superbikes 1000cc, red lights are on. And we are go, and Kazma's got off to a solid start. We've sometimes seen Kazma wheelie away, but this time he's off to a solid start. But Haruki Noguchi, an even better start, and it's the Japanese championship leader who leads into the first corner.
Haruki Noguchi, good start from him, and Kazma, he did make a good start. He's been tossing up between using the electronics or using the clutch, but whatever he's done, he got away well that time and hasn't given himself as much work to do as he has done.
And he's retained the lead, or regained the lead, as should be said. And tell you who else has made a great start, 21, Zakwan Zaidi. He was P8 on the grid, back in the third row, and he's got himself up into P3, Zakwan. So that's a good start by him, by Noguchi, whereas Kazma has the lead. Good stuff from the top three.
It's a really intriguing start, and that's Pasawit Titiwarak in P4. So nice start from him too.
And just seeing where Aslan Shah Kamruzaman is, a former champion, but the BMW got off to the best of starts. There's the two Yamahas, almost inevitably right next to each other, Apiwa and Wong Tannen. I'm sure there's a piece of string in between those two fellas and their two bikes.
Yeah, if you look carefully you can see it. And Yuki Ito just behind them.
Some good names, some good quality names on the Asian and an international scene. Yesterday's race winner, Anupam Samu, looking to try just to close the gap, but Kazma Daniel's gone off absolutely flying. He's taken Haruki Noguchi and Zakwan Zaidi 1 and 2 in the championship with him, but he's setting a torrid opening paces, Kazma Daniel.
Yeah, Haruki Noguchi trying a wide line round there. Zakwan having a look up the inside. This wide Sepang track, they can do that.
It's a 12-lap race. We're coming to the tail end of lap number 1. Haruki Noguchi late onto the brakes, left foot down. Kazma Daniel goes a little bit wide. Haruki takes a tighter line, and Zakwan gets a better drive out, but it'll be Kazma Daniel who leads at the end of lap number 1. And Zakwan Zaidi in P3. The difference between 1 and 4 is less than a second. Pasawit in P4.
Yeah, nice start to the race from Pasawit. Closed up as they went into the braking zone there. And I think Anupam closing up behind him.
We're on board with Apiwat Wongtanan, bike 24, or we were. Apiwat is the man in P5. That is 73, championship leader Haruki Noguchi for SDG Motorsports, the Hardco team, and the right leg is out. Yes, that the pace is pretty torrid, the knees are down. 24, Apiwat Wongtanan, 1 victory to his name this season, 3 podiums.
Yeah, at this very early stage in the race, Zakwan is looking happier on the bike than I've seen him over the last 3 days.
He looked very focused in the quick look we had on him beforehand, as we again stick with Apiwat, who's just posted the fastest Sector 1 time.
Oh, and the engine gone. And,
it's
and that is Pasawit.
Pasawit's
Bad
engine
luck
is
for
gone.
him. Let's hope he hasn't dropped any oil. Get off the track, champ.
So Pasawit exits, and let's just see. Oh, there's smoke all over the place there. Let's just hope that he hasn't left any oil on the racing line. And that is a crash on turn 4. I think it's one of the wild cards.
That's
who's
Badrul.
out.
That's Badrul's bike.
Badrul Hashim, he's out, and Pasawit is definitely out. Smoke signals.
Frustrating from him. He's been making progress all year. He's finished all the races up until now, but not this one. His best showing so far.
Kazma Daniel, though, leads the way. Haruki Noguchi and Zakwan Zaidi with Apiwat Wongtanan capitalising on Pasawit's blown engine. He moves up into P4. Apiwat is consistently there or thereabouts. That one did not start in Sugo.
Yeah, that was a problem on the grid. You also don't very often see him on the second row, which we did in Sugo. He was back on the front. That was another of my sporting bets.
Okay, there we are once again with on board with Apiwat. Kazma Daniel, very, very quick opening lap at 207.28. With a standing start, that's very significantly quick. Noguchi second, Zakwan, Apiwat Yuki Ito in P5.
Yeah, it's good pace. Normal good race pace from leaders would be in the early to mid 207s. So we've got that pace already. Full fuel tanks. Not much changing at the front, except that Apiwat has closed up on Zakwan. Maybe there's a little gap opening up.
I'm seeing Casma Daniel just stretching a lead a little bit, but it's very, very early on in the race. Less than a third of the way through.
And he's
made
off.
a miscalculation there. Now, is that where the oil was? Is there just a little bit of oil on that racing line?
I think it was. It wasn't picked up that I could hear by race control, but he got out of shape then, and that's handed the lead to Haruki Noguchi.
And it'll also play just into your mind. Hey, there's a little bit of oil coming into turn 9.
Yes, it will.
Is there any residue left on the tyre? Oh! Apiwat!
That's a mistake by Apiwat.
Apiwat goes out. And after a good race yesterday in a P2, his day is over. So, 2 significant moments within a couple of corners. And as we come with 9 laps to go, Apiwat distraught because he knows that's his error.
Yeah, he just got too close to the wheel of Zakwan. Didn't disturb Zakwan, as you can see. He's giving chase to Casma, who's in P2. Not looking too distraught at the moment. Let's take another look.
That's Zakwan's back wheel.
It's closer, and yeah, he hit the outside of that wheel, and that took his front wheel away. You see it from this angle now. Yeah, there goes the front wheel, and he's down.
And there is no way to recover.
Yeah, bike gets tumble dried in the gravel, so no way back there.
Doing his best to dig his way out of the gravel to try and at least rescue something. But those tyres will need some serious surgery. Now then, Casma Daniel, having gone wide on turn 9 and lost position to Haruki Noguchi, seems to have recovered his mojo and is looking to retake the lead, and actually exactly where he lost the lead last time out, he's retained it this time.
Yeah, Haruki's going to have another look. That distinctive style Haruki gets right off the bike, leading with his shoulder. Casma's looking up the inside again and taking time to look around. What a cool customer.
Certainly is. Casma Daniel, a real find. Well, not a find. He's been an emerging talent for a number of seasons in Malaysia. Still a young fellow looking around the outside and looking really confident, but Haruki Noguchi, you're quite right, leading with that shoulder. It's very different, and the race is over, we feel, for Apiwat Wangtanam.
Yeah, disconsolate. He does feel it. He's really hard on himself, you can see. Nobody is going to need to tell him that it was his fault.
Right, back onto the racing circuit. The championship leader, Haruki Noguchi, has a lead of 0.2 of a second over Casma Daniel Casmayudin on the Yamaha. So it's Honda from Yamaha. Zakwan is losing a bit of ground. He's 1.2 seconds down on the back of Casma Daniel.
Championship point of view, this isn't great for Zakwan. We indulge in a bit more misery with Apiwat, but let's get back onto the racetrack. Haruki Noguchi, we've seen him lead under pressure at every circuit we've raced at so far this season. He's quite comfortable with it. He'll absorb that pressure from Casma as long as he possibly can. And he's just opened up a little bit of daylight there. I'm sure in the next sector it could close up.
Noguchi has won here at Sepang. It was the 4th race of the season. It was his first win on the Asian Road Racing Championship. The 20-year-old Japanese, delighted to have him and SDG Motorsports team in this championship. But having won that once, he then won the next 2 races in Sugo before the rain came yesterday. And he and Casma are having a cracking little battle there as they go up the hill. A switchback, change of lead from Haruki to Kazma and back to Haruki again.
Two really good young superbike riders. Kazma's turn at the front now. Just go through the S's here. Haruki, very different lines. Kazma swooping out and want to cut back in, and he does so. He made that count. He's been around here a few more times than Haruki Noguchi. Haruki gets the drive down. This is Honda power versus Yamaha. We do hear a lot just about how powerful that Honda is as he gets it squiggly into turn 15.
We're just under the home straight as they're coming into here, and we'll hear that power as they zoom past our commentary position. Kazma Daniel in P2. I can tell you behind them, Yuki Ito is in P4. Suda has dropped out. So a wild card here for Suzuki. Was hoping to get himself a healthy position, but Suda will not, it looks like, complete this race.
Yeah, Haruki Noguchi let the wheel come up just a little bit too far, lost some time, but he managed to hold his position. So the front of the bike went light there.
These two are lapping 2:08.3. Zakwan behind them is half a second slower per lap, 2:08.8. Top speeds approaching 300 kilometers an hour, the mid 290s, 293, 294, 296 for Haruki Noguchi.
But these two riders are enjoying themselves. You listen to Kazma, he'll tell you he likes to have a good time in the race. He's going to enjoy himself. You can see he's enjoying himself there. Haruki a little bit more inscrutable, but he'll be enjoying this too as they get really close.
Tell you what, it's that corner once again. Expect an awful lot there, and that time Kazma just showed a chunk of aggression to Haruki Noguchi. He made his bike bigger, wouldn't let Noguchi get in, and he might be able to capitalize here because he's been able to take, I don't know what, half a second off him.
Yeah, it probably was at that point. Haruki's scrambling, trying to scramble it back.
Only halfway through the race, 6 laps to go.
And this is where tyre wear counts. They both seem to manage their tyres pretty well, these two. So I don't know how significant that will be. Zakwan's less than 2 seconds adrift. He's good at managing his tyres. Yuki Ito running in 4th. That's a decent race from Yuki too so far.
You mentioned the tyres, they both got the same tyre selection, haven't they? Hard on the front, medium on the back. So you need to protect the back tyre probably a little bit more. Zakwan Zaidi still in P3, but he's dropping down. He's losing half a second per lap. Kazma Daniel's just posted a 2:08.165 lap. And Haruki Noguchi is just top 300 kilometers per hour on the home straight. That's quick.
Well, right after we mentioned Honda power, but there it is in black and white, or purple and black actually at the moment, because that's the colour it comes up on the timing screen when it's the fastest.
They are enjoying themselves. You can see they're enjoying themselves. Plus, working terrifically hard.
Yeah, that's it. That's what they're here for. Dream job.
Kazma Daniel getting ready for Moto2 wildcard duties. Tell you who's closed in on Zakwan Zaidi, Yuki Ito. That's the Honda, but right behind them, Yuki Ito on the Yamaha is having his best race of the season. There he is, bike number 76, Yuki Ito, Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team ASEAN. He has closed in. His last lap time, he made up half a second on Zakwan Zaidi.
Yeah, he hasn't got the rain he wanted, but it is around about contract time at the moment. So another incentive.
You cynic, Mr. Russell. There's the front two. Kazma Daniel sits very high on the bike, very upright, whereas Noguchi is nice and tight and squat.
Yeah, he leads off with his shoulder.
And Noguchi has got the pull down the penultimate straight, and he will be leading as they come round the hairpin. Kazma thinks of the switchback, takes a tighter line. But then they go over the start-finish line, and this will be 7 laps completed. 4 laps to go. Great stuff.
Yeah, that Honda punch out of that last turn, you could see there the gap was opening between him and Daniel.
And that's going to be the problem for the Yamaha of Daniel, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. We've got a few rehearsals to come.
A little bit heavy, a wheelie, the result for Haruki Noguchi.
Yeah, took a very wide line through there.
Ito is indeed closing in. He's within half a second of Zakwan Zaidi. We'll keep a little eye on that. Behind them, Anupam Samun, Aslan Shah Kamrizaman and Adam Noruddin have got ahead of Gary Salim. Out are Pasowit, Farid, Mike Stone, who did not start actually, and Apiwat. Yeah, Apiwat was a spectacular crash. We've had a few spectacular crashes today. Got a spectacular battle for P1 here as well. Kazma, again, it's this turn 9. This is where he feels he's got to make the move, and then he's got to make it stick for the rest of the lap.
Yeah, look at that drive. Haruki Noguchi just got out of that turn. Stuffs it up the inside.
Kazma, he's happy to take the tight line on that occasion. Is he able to hold on? Is he pulled a little bit wide? The answer is yes. So Noguchi will have the drive into the latter stages. Fascinating stuff, SDG, quite right, sir. There's the boss of SDG.
Yeah, it's a great team to have in the paddock, SDG. They're really professional, really polite, really nice guys. And they've got one hell of a young rider in their team.
I think Kazma Daniel's got a problem, not so much with the bike, just with the power of the Honda down those 2 back straights, and Kazma is desperately trying to work out, how do I negate that power? I can get him going up the hill, I can get him on the tight parts, I can get him on the switchbacks, but he's lost a little bit of time there as well. And it looks like Noguchi is making a long race for the line.
Yeah, the only place he's able to gain seems to be under braking. He's got that hard front, Kazma. Haruki's got a medium. And Yuki and Zakwan, it's getting tight.
It is indeed. Yuki is closing in. But this is too fascinating. We dare not break away from this P1, P2. 2.5 laps to go. Kazma and Haruki Noguchi. If Noguchi were to win this, then it gives him a huge advantage going into the final 2 races of the season in Buran on the 19th and 20th of November.
Yes, it would. Now here's going to be an intriguing series of corners once again. Oh,
Kazma's gone wide.
Yeah, I think he's struggling with his tyres now, Des.
Yeah, indeed he is.
He's struggling to get it turned.
And you think Noguchi has got enough of a lead here. There is daylight, significant daylight between Haruki Noguchi and Kazma Daniel. And this, you feel, is Noguchi's to lose. They had a fabulous battle, wheel to wheel, for about 7 laps. But that's taken its toll on the tyres of Kazma Daniel. Medium compound on his back wheel.
Yeah, the hard front. So he still looks good under braking, but he's struggling to get it turned. Yeah, he doesn't look steady on the bike, does he now?
Glum faces.
Jim Blue can see it. They've still got a chance to get 2 men on the podium, however.
So there is the difference. The gap it's nearly a second. Behind them, it's only half a second between Zakwan and Yuki Ito. Ito in pursuit of Zakwan Zaidi. Kazma's lap time's dropping now towards the 2.9. So both Yuki and Zakwan lapping slightly faster than Kazma Daniel. Kazma's not given this up completely.
No, he definitely hasn't.
Neither's Yuki Ito. Ito, Mike 76. Yamaha Gem Blue Racing ASEAN.
Yeah, fastest best lap for Haruki, 208.2. Ito's on it, isn't he?
Yeah, Ito fancies this. He hasn't had a podium remarkably. Sorry, I tell a fib. He had one in Japan, didn't he, in race 2? So he's looking for a second podium in 3 races, Yuki Ito. Good to see him back in something like the form we remember.
Yeah, that Yamaha is a really well-sorted package. We do know that. They were number 1 and 2 on the grid. And the team know they've got good bikes. You can just see that there's a little bounce, some buoyancy in the team there, the way that they speak, the way they kind of run out to talk to you when you're in pit lane, and teams don't do that when it's not going well. And there's a nice shot there on the SDG Motorsports Hart Pro.
I think it's really important for Zakwan Zaidi to hold on to P3. Let's assume Haruki Noguchi goes on. If Zakwan can hold on to 16 points, he will keep the gap going into the final 2 races of the season to inside 20 points.
And here come the back markers.
Ito on the inside is having a real look on Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan needs to hold on to P3 by Russell.
Yes, he does, and the gap's opened up a little bit. He's going to fight like hell for that 3rd place, though. You're right, Des.
He's kept it a half a second, so he's kept Yuki Ito at bay. In the meantime, Noguchi has established a 1.1 second lead and going away from Kazma Daniel. It looks like we're going to get win number 4 of the season for the young, brilliant Japanese Haruki Noguchi on the Honda CBR 1000 RRR. SDG Motorsports looking good. Kazma Daniel almost resigned his fate. It'll be a good 20 points for Kazma.
Yep, Kazma knows he just needs to bring it home now. Haruki Noguchi's away. His bike's not getting out of shape, which bodes well for his tyres. And Kazma's found new limits as those tyres have gone off.
For Kazma, it'll help him into top 3 position in the overall standings, assuming he holds on. Assuming things stay as they are for the remaining half lap. But this is Haruki Noguchi, who has led this battle. He's resisted everything Kazma was able to throw at him, and he had the power. The Honda power was able just to accelerate away, and I think the tyres for Kazma have made it difficult for him to really keep hold of the pace of the Honda of Haruki Noguchi.
Yeah, we talk about bike packages and teams, and you can see SDG, we were talking about them just now, but there's a really good team. The package is really good. So it is with the Yamaha Racing Team ASEAN.
Right then, this is the race winner. Behind them, Ito is making a concerted effort to get close on Zakwan Zaidi. But your race winner is going to be Haruki Noguchi. He holds on for a 4th win in 5 races, extends his lead in the championship. P3 will indeed be Zakwan Zaidi ahead of Yuki Ito. P2 going to Kazma Daniel, but Haruki Noguchi, the power, the control, the poise, the enjoyment, championship leader and favourite for the title in his debut season.
Look what that means, Des. We haven't seen a celebration like that from Haruki this season. He's absolutely jubilant with that. He knows that that's brought him within touching distance. He's got a couple of fingers on the championship trophy.
Haruki Noguchi taking the victory and enjoying a standing lap of honour.
Yep, giving himself a standing ovation perhaps, but well deserved. You can see what that means to him.
Well, he struggled yesterday on the wet weather tyres in the dry conditions, but here he's been able just to make sure everything has gone his way.
And that's a resigned Kazma Daniel. He did everything he could. In the end, his tyres weren't going to take him fast enough towards the end of the race. Really, it was the second half when he struggled. And Zakwan Zaidi did well. to hold on to P3 and a championship hope.
But it is only a hope. 19 points is the deficit. To be confirmed, there's no suggestion that there's anything untoward in the victory or the result, so it means Haruki Noguchi will go into Buriram with a 19-point lead from Zakwan Zaidi, and another 20 points clear of Kazma and Anupab Samoon, who are level in just about everything on the countback. More second place finishes for Kazma, just place him above Anupab Samoon.
Yeah, Anupab will have stretched away from his teammate that time. He pulled 3 points on him yesterday. Sorry, 5 points on him yesterday. And is that Aslan Shah's second best result of the season?
I think it is. Let's have a look at the confirmed results. And Haruki Noguchi takes it nearly a second clear of Kazma Daniel, as comfortable as it can be. 6 seconds clear of Zakwan, who held off Yuki Ito by 0.6 of a second. Anupab Samoon, good weekend for Anupab, ahead of Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, who picked up 10 points to add to his P4 yesterday. Adam Noradin down in 7th, and Jerry Salim 36 seconds behind the race winner on the Honda CBR, the Indonesian, down in P8. Suda would finish on the Suzuki, so he stopped but carried on, 123 down, ahead of Osama Mare for Sabitar. Shukri Zoki for Ezra Racing, 2 minutes down, P88, who could well have won the MSBK Championships with that. Chi Yen, Yujo, Raja Nazim and Weijin picking up points. Apiwat Wangtanan out of the points. Spectacular crash for Apiwat, and after his 20 points yesterday, a DNF today, that hurts his chance of a top 3 place. Pasawit crashed out, Farid didn't finish, and Mike Stone also was a non-starter in this ASB 1000 Race 2 at the Asian Road Racing Championships Round 4.
Yeah, got a feel a bit for Pasawit with that engine blow-up.
And there in lovely, serene isolation, rather enjoying it. Zakwan is alongside him, but you suspect that this is Haruki Noguchi's championship to lose.
Of course, the Japanese rider not yet well known around these parts. I did notice on pit lane his was one of the quieter pits. I felt like calling to the people, you know this is the ASB 1000 championship leader, do you?
Sporting congratulations on Zakwan, who, as well as being a fine rider, an excellent competitor, is a great sportsman. Plays the competition, plays the game the right way. Noguchi, though, well, he's playing the game the right way as well. 4 wins in 5. It's only a rain decision that you suspect has really cost him there. How do you stop him?
I don't think you will. He's used this word earlier, but he is a bit special. I used it with Aldi Satcher earlier, but I do think Haruki Noguchi is something a little bit special.
It's a 19-point lead.
There we go. So the locals are getting to know him a lot better now.
Certainly are. Perfect positioning for the Idemitsu signage as well. Our thanks to the sponsors for the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Doubling up for the Malaysia Superbikes Championship as well, as you can see from the signage. And this is, the congratulations are there for a job well done for Zakwan in P3. But it's far, far, far more enthusiastic welcome in for the man in P1, Haruki Noguchi.
Good job.
And he's milking this, isn't he?
Oh, he is, yeah. This means a lot. Respect once again, exchanged with Zakwan.
Hopefully Daniel can find his way down to the Parc Fermé and get a chat, if not with the race winner, maybe with Zakwan to find out his thoughts.
There we go, he's going to cover up that rather voluminous hair.
Number 1, and you suspect It'll take something extraordinary from Zakwan in Buriram to prevent him crowning his debut season as champion.
Yeah, it's really Haruki's championship to lose now, isn't it? He's going to have to do something wrong. But Kazma Daniel, very good race from him. He couldn't have done any more.
He's made the step up to the big bikes pretty well, Kazma. That's his third podium in the last 4. Congratulations from all, hugs all around, and hopefully an interview with Daniel.
So we're down here at the Park Ferme for the ASB 1000 Race 2. So we have here now P3 Zakwan Zaidi. So Zakwan, it was a bit of a lonelier race for you this time, but nevertheless a good finish. Could you let us know about what happened in that race just now?
Firstly, I want to thanks to everyone and also everybody to support me. And yeah, I try my best for the podium and win. But in the race, beginning I can follow. But after the middle race, I have so much warning in the front, so I feel almost lost sight many times. So I cannot catch in front of guy. So I very frustrated for this race because start from practice, I feel struggle a lot. And finally in the race 2, I get the podium. Is good, but still not enough. But for sure, we still need to fight for the championship in the Buriram.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Congratulations again on a fantastic podium finish. And now second place, we have none other than Kazma Daniel. So Kazma, it was a really intense battle for most of that race, but it seemed like just at the end of the race you couldn't keep up with the pace. So what can you tell us about what happened there? And first of all, congratulations on that finish.
Alhamdulillah. Syukur, I want to say thank you to the team because always believe me, and also they make bike was good because always on the first day we already have that in the top position. So and also yesterday in race 1 we have some bad decision. We choose rain tire on wet and dry condition. And now we try to get back our position in P1, but just is my I'm luck on P2 rezeki. So and I almost to crash in turn 9 2 times because I don't know why. I think it's wet or oily because I don't know. Almost to crash, but I tried to save and I lost my position, and then I tried to step by step to take my position, and yeah, I finished in P2, Alhamdulillah, and yes, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kazma. Congratulations once again. And now we're going to head to the race winner, Haruki Noguchi. So Haruki, in round 2, it was again the same story. In race 2, you're a winner, and this time in round 4, you're the winner in race 2 in Sepang once again. So how do you feel going into the next round now, having a healthy lead in the championship?
First, I want to say that thank you very much to my team and my sponsor. But now I feel really happy because of this weekend for us a little bit tough, because we have some trouble and struggle with this feeling, but finally we came here in position 1, and this is I think this is a good team, so let's try to continue the pushing to the last of the race. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Haruki. Congratulations one more time, and now it's back to you, Des and Barry.
Highlights of the ASB 1000cc race number 2 at Sepang. It's round 4 of 5 of the Asian Road Racing Championships. Haruki Noguchi, the championship leader, wasn't on pole in this race, but he forced his way into the lead in the first corner and then went on to a cracking little battle with Kazma Daniel Kazmudin, who was on pole, Barry Russell. But you always felt that the Honda just had that little more power on the 2 long straights here at Sepang.
Especially later in the race. You saw how fast Kazma came through after Haruki took that early lead. and gutted for Powwee. That was looking like his best race. He was running with the leaders for the first time this season, but you're not going anywhere when your engine blows up.
That might have a significance just where he went off there. There was a little bit of oil left on, and then we had a really unusual mistake from Apiwat Wangtanam. He's normally really careful, and you saw the exasperation in the Yamaha camp. But Kazma Daniel then decided, let's really make a race of this. And he took on Haruki Noguchi, and for about 3 laps, these two duelled wonderfully well. But the power was always there for the Honda of Noguchi.
Yeah, it was. And there's SDG boss. He's enjoying it almost as much as his rider. But at this point, with 3 laps to go, the tyres were gone, I think, for Kazma, and he just had to bring it home. He knew he couldn't catch the Honda in front of him.
Behind them, Zakwan Zaidi in P3 was fending off a determined challenge from Yuki Ito, who was looking for his 2nd podium of the season. The Japanese wasn't able to really get close enough. Similarly, Kazma Daniel up at the front wasn't able to get close enough to Haruki Noguchi. He gave it his go, but in the end, he would have to settle for P2. Haruki Noguchi makes it 4 wins in 5. And goes into Buriram, the last round of the season, the last 2 races of the season, with a 20-point lead over Zakwan Zaidi, who did hold on to P3 ahead of Yuki Ito, so a slight consolation for him. But this is Haruki Noguchi's debut season, and he's racing away with it.
Yeah, he literally is, as we go to the podium. Zakwan worked really hard for that P3, by the way. We can take a look at him now, but I think he looks tired.
Zakwan.
Yeah.
Now, the long weekends, aren't they, Kazma Daniel? The boost of being selected as the wild card for the MotoGP. He really is emerging as a very, very fine racer, but so is this kid. And you suspect a long career ahead for Haruki Noguchi. And the SDG team will pick up the team championships. And we will now have the Japanese national anthem for the first time this weekend.
Now we would like to invite Mr. Asman Shafriman Hanif, the Chief Executive Officer of Sepang International Circuit, to present
Prizes for this SB 1000 to be handed out by Azan Shafriman Hanif, the Chief Executive Officer of Sepang International Circuit. It's a cracking venue, it's a wonderful circuit. It's preparing for a rather big event coming up in a couple of weeks' time, the MotoGP. But the ARRC has really used Sepang's facilities to the maximum. Zakwan Zaidi enjoyed his weekend. Kazma Daniel's given it his best shot. Yamaha Gem Blue Racing Team ASEAN will pick up the points, but in this championship it's the Japanese Haruki Noguchi who will pick up the prize from Ennor Halifbo Nozam, Pengara, Jabatan, Pelasanam, Majlis Pedabran, Sepang. And the team award will go to Stefan Karapier, the FIM Asia president. And the team award will, of course, go to SDG Motorsports Hard Pro. Big smiles. They've been a great addition, SDG Motorsports, to Asia Road Racing Championships. You suspect the smiles will be there, even if they weren't top of the podium. But very professional, raising the standards. It's exactly what you want from a new team that comes in.
It is.
So Noguchi leads the championship standings. He takes his 4th win in 5. Terrific effort from Kazma Daniel, who's got a busy few weeks ahead of him. And a good effort from Zakwan Zaidi. who won't give up this until the very, very last moment. Smile, Haruki, smile. Tough weekend after the rain yesterday. Here's how the championship standings look. The rain stayed off. Noguchi 19 points clear of Zakwan Zaidi, and he's 20 points clear of both Kazma Daniel and Anupab Samu. Abiwat Wangtanan crashed out to spoil his chances of picking up more points and getting into three figures. Adam Noradin back fitting well on the BMW, 69 points. Yuki Ito, 57. Gary Salim is on 57 points for the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa team. And so that is our action from Sepang. We do hope you've enjoyed it. There's been some phenomenal racing. There always is on the Asia Road Racing Championships. We will end our season at the Chang International Circuit in Buriram, weekend 18th to the 20th of November. We started the season in Chang. We've been to Sepang. We had a terrific time in Sportsland Sugo. Back here at Sepang, we've had some sensational races. Championships will be decided at the Chang International Circuit on the 18th to 20th of November. From Barry Russell and myself, Des Corkill, and the team behind the scenes bringing you this broadcast, it's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to bring you the Asia Road Racing Championships. We'll see you in Buriram at the end of November.